Believe me, I know. You're not the only one.
No, I know, but only a few.
Brian, you're sitting in our virus.
No, it's not.
It's all for you, Brian.
Brian, you might want to go me first.
I don't think so. I might, but.
Anybody need a pat? All right, good morning, everyone. Bring this meeting of the Act 250 Commission to order.
So I was all the way in front. I thought I'd be in the back this time.
Yeah, no, just make, while you're so pleased with me, I'll just point out that I have dental support.
Today. Okay, we are going to bring this meeting to order. I'm trying to get this unruly. Welcome to the Act 250 Commission. First item is to review the minutes. Any comments on the minutes? Anyone read the minutes? Yes. All right, seeing no comments on the minutes, we'll move on. Adjustments to the agenda. I need to make an adjustment, 2 adjustments. We're going to hear from Dan Dickerson, just a quick update on the statistical analysis that he's working on at the start of today's meeting, and then we're going to have an earlier lunch break today because of series rising. So we're going to take an adjournment about 11:25 so we can get out and watch series get placed on top of the building. Coming back only an hour later, so you need to grab your lunch in that time too. Hopefully she makes it up by 12:15. So.
Is David on the phone?
Oh, is anyone on the phone?
It's open, but I haven't heard
Yeah,
anything.
he was not hopeful.
Glad to have you here.
Okay.
There's a cheap seat back
Here we
here.
go. I wonder, you know what we could do is fold up that table and put another row of wooden chairs, if that would help. Or at least. That's what I'd like to do. Thank you. Thank you, John.
We're gonna run out of oxygen in this?
Probably.
How are you doing?
Then we do need a chair for the witness. Dan, come on up and join us. Please. Yeah, the witness right here.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't know if I had bad breath. Good morning, my name is Dan Dickerson from the Joint Fiscal Office. I regret that I don't have more to offer you today, but I did want to give you an update of sort of where I am with statistical analysis, and I prepared a document. It's up on the link if you have copies. And so there are 3 sort of main bullets. You know, I wanted to give you the data that I had available, some of the challenges that I've had with working with the data, and some of the capabilities that I do have given the data that I have available. And I did throw in a couple of really rough draft charts on that. And I have to give Aaron credit. He was the one that really brought all this data together, and then he forwarded it to me. But what I have is I've got 9-10 years worth of NRB annual reports. I've got the next 50 years report. I've got ANR permit activity reports and some municipal permit data. The challenges that I faced, first I'll focus on the Natural Resources Board, and I will say before I start, they've been very helpful. They've been where I found sort of issues with the data. They've been eager to dig into their records and figure out what's going on. But the reality is that when I looked at their annual report data and then compared it to some of the data in their next 50 years report, I found major inconsistencies. I could look at major, minor administrative amendments given for a specific year in the next 50 years report, and then look back to an annual report, and they were completely different numbers. And so I work with them, and they gave me some explanations. Unfortunately, there were a whole list of things that we had multiple conversations about, and so I won't sort of bore you with the details, but they basically said, to the extent that you can work with the annual report data for your analysis, right with that. The only downside to just using the annual reports is that the next 50 years report actually had district by district breakdowns, but I think for them it was going to be a little more trouble to look at those numbers and make sure that they were all accurate for me to do a statistical analysis. Because the big thing I'm worried about is I do this analysis, it ends up in your final report, and then after the fact it's like none of this data is correct, and so it's all sort of yeah. And so I'll quickly. So I've gone over the first sort of challenge. As far as number 2, what I was told by the Natural Resources Board is some district commissions, when they mark different, achievement dates for parts of the permits, they document those dates differently in some cases. So, for example, I think there's a 7-day review period when they first receive an application, and some district commissions potentially, if they review that within 7 days, they basically, when they go to the next review period, they reset the overall review process to 0, which it didn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but that was sort of what I was told by Natural Resources Board. And so when I'm comparing the performance standards in the annual reports, those numbers could be skewed if some district commissions are starting over their review process at 0 when it moves on from the initial review.
Right.
Number 3, one thing that I think, so Natural Resources Board I think is overhauling their permitting system, and so one thing they haven't been able to do in the past is when they receive a permit and it's going through the review process, they have no way of knowing at what points they actually have possession of the permit and at what points it's back in the applicant's hand to make changes. And so for some of these permitting processes that take a really long time, there's no way for us to know, well, is it all Natural Resources Board's fault, or was it somewhere else, which sort of tied it up. Number 4, I think, I've looked at the A&R permit, or the DEC permits. These are all DEC permits, against what the Natural Resources Board does, and I think I could probably give a very, very high-level comparison of maybe just the trends, but I think doing an apples-to-apples comparison of what A&R is doing versus what Natural Resources Board is doing runs a lot of risk of sort of conflating the two when I think the processes, and I'm not the foremost expert in any way on these, but I think the processes are very, very different. So, if I show, over the past 10 years, the time it takes for Natural Resources Board to process, let's say a major and minor application has gone up by some percentage, whereas A&R's has gone up by this percentage, I think I can give you that, and it doesn't run a lot of risk of sort of that issue. But I think if I said, A&R processed this many permits, Natural Resources Board processed this many permits, I think that runs into sort of a problem. And then the final challenge is, this is more of a simple one, is everything I got was in either PDF format or Word format. So for me to get it into Excel took some time, but it's just a time crunch. So what I feel that I can give you and feel confident about is, the Natural Resources Board has been very eager to give me at least 10 years of reliable data and at least at the statewide level, so that I can provide the commission with something. And so, areas I think that statistical analysis could be really useful is, what are the processing times as opposed to the total applications that have been received, and you'll see that in this first chart on the last page. And so, overall, major and minor applications have trended down over the past, this is actually 9 years, because I'm still missing, I think, the median processing time for 2008. So the trend has been downward for major and minor applications. The processing time has trended slightly upward, although it dipped in 2017. 2016 was an anomaly, and the explanation that I think is in the annual report and what was reaffirmed to me by the Natural Resources Board was that in 2016 they found a pile of applications that had been sitting in their queue for a really long period of time, and they made decisions on those applications, whether it was the applicant was no longer interested in the project, so they just threw it out, or it was denied, or it moved through the process. And some of those were really long, had been in the queue for a really long time, and that's why 2016 you see the processing time go up a lot. It's just some of those that they did something with that had been sitting around for a long time were taken care of. Going back briefly to the first page, I think one potentially useful analysis piece would be to look at how the appeals trended, either to the jurisdictional opinions or the district commission decisions compared to applications received, and then the other one would be the processing time increments, and that's the second chart. And I guess in the past few years there have been a slightly higher percentage of applications that have gone over the 120 days, but I think this also sort of goes back to this 2016 anomaly of Natural Resources Board trying to sort of find these applications that have been sitting around and do something with them. And then I sort of walked through, I guess, what I thought would be useful for you as far as comparing the Natural Resources Board to DEC, and that would just be the trend, as opposed to holding specific data points against each other, because the permits at A&R are completely different from, not completely different, but they're quite a bit different from the Natural Resources Board. And then finally, the municipal data, I would be open to some guidance from you, but I'm sort of conflicted about how to use this aside from just presenting what was given by municipalities, because I don't think there was a whole lot of response from municipalities when the League of Cities and Towns sort of sent out the request for data. Honestly, I think the most useful data would be from Burlington, just because I think as far as what their capacity is to process permits compared to what the capacity is for Natural Resources Board to process permits is probably the most equitable. I think if we focused on really small towns, it's just, they're nowhere in the neighborhood of each other. So I can present the data separately as sort of an attachment. The problems are, for the municipalities that did sort of give a detailed response, it was only 5 years worth of information, and what I'm hoping to work with is 10 years. I think 5 years is just not I don't think it would show a great trend. I think you need a longer period of time. And then, the other question of what municipalities, as far as capacity, are similar to what the Natural Resources Board or DEC does. And my guess is Burlington, as far as, they're the ones that gave the most breadth in their response. South Burlington didn't give much, Essex didn't really give much. I don't know if there are a lot of other municipalities that be similar.
I'm curious about the interplay as you talked about the DEC's permits and Act 250 permits. I think sometimes we get caught just thinking about Act 250 as an isolated thing. If you're a Vermonter trying to build something, it's a meaningless distinction. You have to do both, and they're usually, I believe they're always phased, right? So if it's taken you 2 years to get all your permits, but it was only 40 days to get the Act 250 permit, I don't think Vermonters find that to be satisfying. So I don't know how you can do this or if it's possible, but what would be meaningful to me would be to understand from the first time someone walks into DEC to get those applications and permits going to the end when they have everything they need to go build something. That's really the most meaningful data. And is that at all possible, or a snapshot of that? Or, you know, you talked about trends, averages, something that really paints the full picture, because the experience from a developer, I believe, is those distinctions are virtually meaningless.
I think that's where, you know, based on my conversations with the Natural Resources Board, that's where, you know, this systems upgrade is going to allow them to get a better picture of that, because historically, you know, and I'm not an expert of sort of the rigid process for permitting, so I would welcome anybody else to speak up if I get it wrong. But, you know, if an applicant comes to the Natural Resources Board, asks for an Act 250 permit, you know, the Natural Resources Board spends some time and then ultimately says, well, you might need this permit and this permit and this permit from DEC, so we'll, you know, either we'll hand it off to them or the applicant hands it off to them. You know, the Natural Resources Board hasn't kept track of, you know, when the application leaves their possession and moves on to somewhere else. And so the systems upgrade, I think, will allow them to get it at what you're asking, which is, you know, Vermonters only see that the permit's taking 2 years, you know, and it doesn't differentiate between who has it or who doesn't. I think going forward, that question will be addressed, but I don't know, given what I've at least gotten from the Natural Resources Board, I don't know that it's something that I can give you a meaningful answer for this report.
Any other questions, comments? Peter?
Not sure if you don't mind, is that sort of total permitting time is something that everybody's interested in, and something that we're trying to get a better handle on? Just internally, we have good data for some of what we do, but most of our clock time is built on sort of when we have a complete application and how long it takes us to review it, rather than the sort of back and forth at the beginning on, well, if you did this, it would be, you know, it would be easier to do this, and can you tweak it a little bit? That sort of back and forth of an incomplete application doesn't get counted, but it is part of what the developer is seeing as what their time on the clock is. So it's something that we're interested in trying to figure out better, but it's just within, you know, it's a difficult thing to track and understand from a whole function standpoint in one body of state government, rather than all the other pieces where developers just see their interaction with the state in whatever form that is.
Can you just say who you are for the record?
I'm sorry, this is Peter Walk, Deputy Secretary of the Agency of Natural Resources.
Thanks, that's fine. Aaron?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that the way the Act 250 rules are set up, the applicant can proceed without other permits or get the other permits and then come into Act 250 and use them as presumptions. So I just think in terms of talking about Act 250 having the application at this point where they're still figuring it out, there probably isn't an application yet.
Right.
There's a project and somebody's trying to figure out which permits he or she is.
All right. Can you just?
Aaron Adler for the record.
That too, and then also, what are specific charges before we send Dan off to complete it on the statistical analysis?
I'm hopeful for that too.
Yeah.
I mean, the holes.
Trying to remember where it is, so I guess I could use the table of contents.
It's right here on page 41 in
Thank
the
you.
draft we have before us.
Well, a statistical analysis based on available data on Vermont environmental and land use permitting in general and on Act 250 permit processing specifically, produced in collaboration with municipal, regional, and state planners and regulatory agencies. There's certainly some room as to what the statistical analysis is supposed to show.
So,
Wasn't made clear.
I feel like I really appreciate the effort that this has taken you, and that it's probably frustrating because it's not easily gathered data. So I think what you just said to us would be really helpful, and you know, we need to do the best we can with the data that we have, and it sounds like that's the track you're on. And if others have thoughts on things they want to make sure Dan captures in this statistical analysis, now is your time to speak up.
Well, I would just say that the omissions or the things that are not possible along the lines we've just been talking about is indicative of an issue that we,
Right.
I think, are expected to get our hands around.
Right, well, we may find a recommendation in there for future data collection needs.
I would think that the write-up should identify any significant caveats or to the analysis. You know, you identified some issues. I'm just
That,
and also if the point that you're making about sort of overall permit processing time, maybe that has to be noted as well. That's not information that we have.
And I kind of, to add to that, I mean, I'm interested in your comment about the variation among the municipalities' capacity. So even though that may seem obvious and it led to a lack of data, but noting that in your response back to us, I mean, I think there's a huge range in our town's abilities to deal with land use planning applications.
Did the call for municipal data go out only from the league? Did the RPCs?
I believe it was only from the league.
Any
Can't
I thought we coordinated with the league and the RPCs,
Yeah.
but
Yes.
sorry. Go ahead.
Peter Gregory, Two Rivers, yes, the RPCs were part of that as well, but I don't think there was good response.
Yeah, probably don't track it.
I don't recall getting RPC data.
But you're just saying the request came from both of you and it went to all your towns, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think the RPCs have the town's permitting data.
No.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
Now we're going to get into looking at recommendations on task groups. Fortunately, our agenda doesn't have the sections on it, so it was two, protecting natural resources. And everyone finds that under. This is in there. Alright, we get some mine. Here, it's in mine, so.
Yeah, it's not in one particular section, right? So it's service purpose.
So two C and 3A2 is the one I wanted to start with. Except Aaron, you've rearranged your report now, so I don't see them as the same.
I don't believe that I don't think it is. It shouldn't be different. Which one are you looking for?
Task group 3A1, charges, I guess, page 22, let's see if this works. Issues on jurisdiction.
Yeah, protecting natural resources.
Page you want?
22.
Okay, so what I went through and did was try to compile the main recommendations from our advisors with the caveat that the planners did such a thorough job that I didn't draw theirs into it. And when I made this document, I also did not have Ernie Pomerleau's submission yet. So I was just trying to get these into buckets that we could actually review and discuss. And so the ones I have under 3A2, so this is under revising jurisdiction to achieve goals. One of our tasks is protecting important natural resources. And the submissions that we received, this Does everyone have the document I gave you? You also have that in your
Yeah.
file. And then what I had hoped for was the planner's recommendations also, which I have.
Do you want me to make copies for you?
Yeah, I mean, let's see, is this a good way for us to spend our time and move forward?
I think absolutely.
Okay.
Trying
Do you
to
want
check
copies
things
of
off.
Of the planner's recommendations,
Yeah.
yeah, and I actually have my copy here. So, the first ones are, require Act 250 to review or lower the threshold that triggers review in high priority natural resource areas. At the same time, allow for more limited Act 250 review in areas deemed eligible under revised state designation process. It's sort of a big umbrella general recommendation.
It is online, so if people want to get it.
Responses to that one, comments?
So,
I'm sorry,
Amy,
did you
what
read?
page are you reading from in the BPA?
I can't hear you.
What page are you reading from in the Vermont Planners submittal?
I'm not, I'm looking for the page that this would be covered under on your submittal right now. But I was looking at, unfortunately, this is not page numbered either, my document, so it's.
You're looking at 382.
I'm looking at 3A2, protecting important natural resources. So this is an idea that's been brought to us from many of our advisors, it's been talked about a lot. And the concept has been brought forth from ACCD and ANR to provide enhanced review for designations, to help focus development more in our already settled areas and plan to be settled areas, the centers, the designated centers. But then also commensurate recognition that we may not be doing enough in the surrounding areas as far as reviewing. So it's a general question, do we like this right now? You're not committing to it forever, but just in general, does this concept appeal to you, and would you wanna think about putting it into a draft recommendation?
You're, and Matt,
Yes.
you're talking about all of 382 right now?
No,
No,
I was just looking at the first bullet.
Just the first, okay, thanks.
And then,
yeah,
if we could get a page number for where that shows up in the planner's recommendations.
Well, the planner's recommendations is, there's the, on page 7, there's the recommendations that include, resource fragmentation
So, yeah, and the jurisdiction stuff, right?
in the jurisdiction, We separated it out, unfortunately, under there's some under the criteria of really relooking and updating the criteria to meet current science and emerging issues. And then, under jurisdiction, there's the whole thing of, really, the planners are coming from the planning standpoint of really improving the way we coordinate, planning with the permit process. At the state level, regional level, and local level.
Right, so for now, we know that it's on page 7 where we're looking at jurisdiction in the planner's document, if you have it. But the question is really just this has sort of been a big point of conversation among our stakeholders, the general question of being interested in looking at lowering thresholds. Or, I don't actually think of it as lowering the thresholds.
Right, because permitting and all those things.
For me, I think I would not use the word lowering the threshold. Well, lowering the threshold in the outlying areas, but enhancing it in our village centers. I'm open to this.
Yes,
Just
I,
say
yes.
it. Okay.
Yeah.
Which document?
That's been a common theme.
Yeah.
I guess I wonder if it's useful to, I can't say that this is a fully thought through thing, but but we have designations, various iterations of your downtown kind of growth centers. And I'm collapsing a lot there, but let's just pretend that's sort of one thing. Areas that we have roped off to have expedited development, right? And then we have identified vital forest blocks, floodplains, I would say areas where we have recognized sensitivity, but we haven't, I'm not aware of us sort of using those in the sense of a meaningful distinction for development. And then we have a bunch of middle ground, and I guess I've been wondering if it would be useful to organize the permitting process that way. We would, I think we need to tweak the designations, but let's just say for simplicity, we have designations. And if, once we agree, and we need to have a better process for that, I think, and maybe simplify some of the designations, I don't know. But then you have, that's sort of where we have agreed as a state, yes, we want infill, we want density. That's, there's some other eyes there, go for it. You have sensitive areas where I think we would maybe wanna have a much more rigorous, you know, an immediate trigger from Act 250, and then something that is more akin to what we have today in the middle ground. And I don't know, that has helped me, but I tend to oversimplify things.
No, I think
but-
that's where we are, and that's, you brought, the planners brought us an example of that in Maryland.
And I'm sort of seeing those themes emerge from the different documents people are suggesting,
Right.
but
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Peg Huff representing Vermont Planners for today, because Sharon's out of state. But I'm trying to find, because it doesn't fit very well into what you're looking at, but we wanted to step back and look at the capability and development plan that's still in statute, the original maps that showed where resources are, and you've seen what the Office of Geographic Information is able to produce now, and really reinstituting that in statute, making clear that we want to be basing decisions on data and information. So that's the planning part of reinstitute and update the capability and development plan. That's on page 3 of the recommendations. And then, you know, reinstituting really the coordination between state agencies, so there's more communication with the development cabinet. Used to have a sub-development cabinet that met weekly on Act 250 applications, and that we're understanding that is not as clearly coordinated as it once was. So bringing that back, that process of communication between state agencies too on the application.
So the NRB, can you just repeat, because I missed the first, the NRB had the development cabinet.
It was
they called
actually
it.
the state agencies.
Oh,
The
state
applications
agencies
would,
had it.
you know, we'd have a weekly application list, and on Friday mornings, the various state agencies would meet in person and decide what the appearance was, the entry of appearance was going to be from state agencies on those applications together. That's evidently died away, and we've gained a lot from doing that. If there were really controversial things coming down the line, the development cabinet would meet on those ahead of time and really work with the applicants. Would reach out and work with the applicants too.
Okay. So that one, how do folks feel about this recommendation? The broad recommendation from the planners is reestablish state land use and development policy as the framework for coordinated, comprehensive planning and Act 250 review. And Faith is working on getting the Planners Association document. So maybe we'll hold on that and go back to the document everyone has, so. The overarching one, I think I'm hearing that you're open to it. I don't know if you've weighed in yet, Paul. Okay, well, it's not, so in this exercise, we really kind of wanna just get a early, let's consider it, put it in the draft report, and then we're gonna review it again. So it's not the final, like, vote on it, just to be clear again. This isn't,
Right.
I can't live with that in there, okay. So then,
So, are you thinking of this as like, so the heading is protecting important natural resources?
yeah,
Are you thinking of, you know, there's a proposal to bring a planning office back into it? I'm sort of, and hinging it to mapping, which is sort of closer to what I've been thinking of. outside designations, not town centers, but, you know, sensitive areas. We have I'd love to understand what we have already. We have already, I think, definitions of vital forest blocks and kind of habitat
Oh, here.
area, am I right, in statute? Do we?
Not exactly.
Okay.
In the municipal development chapter, there are definitions of forest blocks and habitat connectors. There was a bill that passed the House that had those definitions and would have incorporated them into Act 250 criteria. Those are not, I don't know if that's what you mean by priority natural resource areas.
So at this juncture, I'm seeing us saying, like, do we want to recommend that it's important for us to identify critical resource areas and integrate that into the Act 250 review process? I'm not saying we're going to figure out what those resource areas are. That's how I see where we are in the process.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, yes, we agree that that's a recommendation. Great. And we have to kind of stay a little bit high level to
Okay.
get through all of the tasks before us. So, that was a little bit off, but.
But so what? Now we agree, I mean, so we've agreed that natural resource, you know, certain areas are worth protecting. When do we turn and say, well, what does that mean?
What's that definition?
Yeah, I mean, I think
That would be something that we need to,
we would need to do.
right, we wouldn't want to put in the report and have somebody else decide that it's a very weak standard or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, there then flows two questions. How do you identify those areas? And then once you've identified them, does that mean no one can ever step foot in them? Or, you know, do we treat them all the same? Or do you just say, as soon as you step foot in them, you talk to Act 250, you know?
We're talking about lowering the threshold, right? So what's the threshold now, you know, to trigger Act 250?
Right,
So
so I
then
think
what
that-
would that?
What I think is that you're talking about areas, so the original capability and development land use map was sort of like extremely sensitive areas that really you should avoid development in. It was a limited amount of area. And then there would be places where you would perhaps change the trigger. Like, I mean, you could add, like, things like wetlands come to mind, or river corridor floodplains come to mind, where perhaps we don't really want development to continue to occur. But then you back out of that and get into more of the middle zone that Chris is talking
Right.
about. So that's the way I would see it. Are there resource areas that are,
Just really off limits, and then middle ground where the
Where-
trigger's gonna be lowered.
right,
So it's relative to location.
relative to location, right?
And its impact on other things.
Yes.
And ecosystem.
Well, location in as much as, yeah, it would be, so in the designated centers, it's around developed areas, and in the outlying areas, so that's very much, I understand as location. And then the other one is sort of ecosystem function, but they're both location-based, because they're places that you can map on the landscape.
But I mean, some of it would be a map, but we're not gonna maybe map every wetland, as an example, right? That would, like.
No, but you
think of-
might map class 1 wetlands, you know.
Sure, and I guess I'm just trying to understand the distinction between definitions and maps. So, forest blocks is kinda easy to map.
Elevation.
Well, you know, you take a look at Northeast Kingdom, it's an entire forest block. This is how it's
Sorry,
now,
more developed.
so.
And
yeah.
primary actually. Diane Boston, and primary ag soil.
Need to exclude you.
So it's a big task.
Yeah.
And I don't think that this group actually is probably gonna be able to get into the weeds and really define it, but I think we can take broad recommendations for how to move forward. And I actually think we
And how, for the legislature to
move forward. Yeah.
But, yeah.
I think some pretty specific instructions and guidelines. I mean, I think we're all sharing the worry of, again, what that definition is.
Right. What I would really like to do is kind of plow through some more
Sure,
of these,
yeah,
because we're gonna
and we
get
can
to them,
always
and
get
we
to
can
those
just sort of do
things. Sure.
thumbs up, thumbs down, and then
Okay.
get into
Yeah.
the weeds as we move forward,
Okay.
so.
Do you see our report and our bill articulating principles that then have to get hammered through as the legislation progresses? Or do you see a little bit of both, details and principles, or?
I see both,
Okay.
yeah. I think
So
some
where
of these things we may be.
can, at a minimum, we'll do the principles, and where we can, we'll do the details,
Correct, yeah.
or the draft
Deeper
details.
dig, yeah.
There's gonna be a variety of bills, are there not?
I
They
don't
make
know.
recommendations, and then the recommendations are up for someone to more or less draft a bill on what
Well, we're-
recommendation hits.
Sure.
It's all.
We're charged with a bill, with creating a bill.
I thought we were only charged with creating recommendations.
It says we may
Yeah.
write a bill.
Well, May is conditional.
I don't think so. I think it says a report and a bill.
We'll have,
We can get our.
There's no-
all right.
There is no penalty, obviously, but it doesn't say that.
We are charged with the recommendations.
And right now, I wouldn't know what to write.
Right, so we're trying to get to something we can give to our council to work on. So the next one, this is in sort of no order of, I was really just lumping them in so we could have this conversation. So the next one is reinstate the review of secondary impacts of utility lines to consider the impacts of development that connect to utility line extensions and priority forest blocks and connectivity areas. And, you know, for the record, this one has been around the block, and Warren may want to weigh in on it. I know he feels strongly about it. And it came from BNRC, and they may want to weigh in on it.
And someone just stated in English, secondary impact of utility
Aaron.
lines, I can imagine what that means.
There was a decision many, many years ago on an electric utility line that was going to be extended into an undeveloped area in the town of Washington. And it was on appeal to the environmental board, it was turned down 5-4 because the utility had not studied the indirect impacts on growth in the area of extending utility service. So in other words, does the presence of a line similar to highway infrastructure or other infrastructure have the ability to promote growth into an area where the town said, the town and regional plans were like, this is an area where we don't want growth. That, as I said, it was a 5-4 decision. The utilities came to the legislature and got language passed that said, no, you don't look at those impacts. You don't want that. You just look at the direct impacts of the line.
Who made that decision, I'm sorry?
The General Assembly.
General Assembly.
And they met at Act 250. The utilities argue that they have an obligation to serve when someone asks for a line. And they also, there's been an ongoing dispute about, there's a chicken and egg. You know, is the line extended because people are moving there, or does putting a line out there also encourage people to move there?
Representative Schiller?
Yeah.
Might we hear from the Natural Resources Board a little bit on this?
BNRC.
Yeah, I'm sorry, the VNRC.
Yeah, Brian Shoup with BNRC. I guess I would want to defer to our General Counsel, Jamie Fidel, who has discussed this with Warren lately, and kind of to see where we might have an area of agreement or disagreement. Jamie?
Well, I guess without getting too ahead of conversations I've had with Warren, we offered this as one option. I mean, there's been several options, to look at addressing forest fragmentation, including the road rule, looking at resource-based jurisdiction, or handling this issue of whether you look at secondary impacts of utility lines. A couple years ago, when the legislature was considering H.233, at the beginning of that conversation, there was a consideration of looking at jurisdictional improvements, and that would have looked at more, if you're in a priority forest block, then you would heighten your level of review in those areas. And so it wasn't necessarily looking at whether to handle it through utility line expansion or the road roll. And so I would say if you're if you're favoring looking at resource-based jurisdiction in rural and forest blocks, you may be able to address the fragmentation issue by, and one idea I would share is to have if a landowner is going to create a subdivision, then, and it's in a priority block, for example, and you have your resource-based jurisdictional triggers designed, that they put that development on the table at one time. So you're not segmenting out utility lines first and having that go through some kind of review that's a different threshold than the subdivision itself. You just comprehensively review the development, and that would include where the roads are laid out, how the subdivision lots are addressed, where the utility lines are, which would hopefully be co-location with roads. And so that may be a better way to look at it. And then you don't have to necessarily address the utility line exemption issue. You just holistically look at the development at one time and to review it, and you try, and at least through H233, the idea was to design it in a way to minimize the fragmenting impact.
Just to add briefly, my understanding, one of the concerns is that the old way that it was done is it put the burden on the utility to look at what the secondary impacts, which were largely out of their control and were landowner decisions. Is that?
You want to add anything?
Sure, I'll be brief. This is Warren Coleman, and we work with the GMP and VEC and Velco. And this is an issue that has quite a long history. It's come up a number of times where there's been proposed rule amendments. So I have a memo that I can clean up and share with folks to sort of give folks the history behind it. But basically, I think what you heard was accurate. There's a lot of good, I'd say, policy and legal reasons not to sort of backdoor jurisdiction through utility line extensions, and instead, I think, as Jamie and I discussed yesterday, sort of deal with the issue head on. You don't see a lot of utility lines that are being built to nowhere, they're built to serve something. So rather than sort of dealing with it, basically deal with the issue head on. And how you decide to do that in a, if it's a protected forest area or a connector area or something like that, review the development. When we talked about this in developing H233, this came up, and I think where we landed was, sort of the spectrum of avoid, minimize, and mitigate. One of the things was if somebody's building something in one of these sensitive areas, then you should take a look at how they lay out roads and where utilities are and try and co-locate those to obviously minimize impacts of whatever that development is. Utilities don't have any desire to be building cross-country out in the boondock type of lines. By and large, they want to be accessible and have them as close to the right-of-way as possible. So I'm happy to clean up that memo to give more background, but in talking with Jamie yesterday, and you, Chair Sheldon, briefly the other day, I think the issue is deal with the impact of what the proposed development is straight on, rather than sort of trying to do it through a secondary, means of finding jurisdiction.
Right. Aaron?
I just want to point out that in the Washington Electric case, and I think this is helpful for your overall consideration, this was a single family residence with a long extension. And the studies that you have gotten indicate that there's the parcelization that is occurring is often, single family or small numbers of houses that don't trigger activity jurisdiction. So when you are having trouble seeing that concept being married to the notion of an application for a subdivision, it's not, where you see the utilities and the roads and everything like that, because that sounds like you've got a developer with a major thing going on.
Depends on what the jurisdictional threshold is in that area.
Well, that's in terms of whether Act 50 applies.
Yeah.
Which is, what I'm thinking is, if the problem is at a smaller scale, the application that you get is going to have to match the scale of the development in some way. You can't.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway, what I'm hearing is we could put this one on hold and move on, not include it. So-
Well, we're effectively, potentially including it
Addressing
in
it
a different way.
yeah.
Right.
So, consider resource-based jurisdiction, here we are, that heightens Act 250 review in priority forest blocks and connectivity areas. This could either be done either by automatically reviewing or in alternative, reviewing the creation of a smaller number of lots in these areas versus the current jurisdictional triggers that result in very few subdivision proposals in forest law being reviewed. I'm open to that one, that's 233. Yeah, okay. We'll write that one in.
233 didn't have the jurisdictional changes, that came out.
That's true, yep, thank you, it did come out.
So I suppose that you'd be getting to the actual details of triggers later, based on the high level.
Yep. Up, ready to move on, or?
Yes.
Yep.
Update criteria 9B, primary ag soils, to clarify that areas deemed to have appropriate circumstances, which allows primary agricultural soil to be impacted if an applicant provides for off-site mitigation, must be in clearly defined smart growth and not sprawl locations. I know, I don't know that. What did you say?
Must be in clear. That's okay. What is the problem? This is.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm gonna put you on the spot, Brian. This is yours also, VNRC.
Could you repeat that, please?
Update criterion 9B, primary ag soils, to clarify that
Yeah,
areas
so,
deemed appropriate-
several years ago, 9B was amended when the growth center bill was passed to allow for off-site mitigation within growth centers and other areas, and to require the on-site mitigation outside of those areas except in appropriate circumstances. And appropriate circumstances was never defined. It was intended to be an existing settlement in an area where density is planned for and is appropriate, where you should be able to have off-site mitigation in order to completely build out a site. But the problem has been that appropriate circumstances has been applied perhaps differently in different regions and not as intended. So we thought that it should be clarified in that appropriate circumstances should be reinforcing the state's land use and development goals of compact centers surrounded by open countryside.
That's good.
Yeah.
The top of this document says recommendations submitted by, and there, a list of folks. Does that mean that they're all in agreement, or this is just
No.
this is
This
just
is what they gave us.
got it
They're
all
all-
together?
Just to
Just
try
wanted
to
to
make it
make sure.
easy.
And usually identified.
Right.
by-
I did mostly identify them.
Thank you.
I missed a couple of these, all right.
Right. Thanks.
And the planners was so comprehensive that it would have tripled the document.
Right.
So we gotta,
Gotta toggle between.
yeah. Which we'll get there.
Greg?
Yes, Greg Boble with the Natural Resources Board. It may make perfect sense for the legislature to define what appropriate circumstances means. For your information, and this may help your review of this matter, the Natural Resources Board does have guidance on this very issue. And I could forward it on to you, it's on our website. Happy to forward it on to you so that you all can consider it as for your own guidance.
I'm sorry. Are you saying that you don't need this? This is already included?
It's not included statutorily,
Right.
and so I think it might make sense for the legislature to take a look at this and to dive into dive into the matter a little bit more deeply. But if you're interested in looking at how the Natural Resources Board has dealt with appropriate circumstances, we have our own guidance. It's on our website, and I will forward a copy to you all so you could review it.
I'd like to include
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
personally. Yeah, this is important.
If I could add, just again, Brian Shoup, VNRC, we have been involved in Act 250 cases where this was a critical issue, and we felt as though there was a lot less clarity around the issue than there should have been.
Okay, great, so yes and yes, we'd like to include it and we'd like to hear, or
Yes.
get the guidance.
Sure.
Yeah. Designate landscapes with unique resource values. This is from the executive agencies. We also recommend a locally driven process to petition for increased Act 250 jurisdiction for areas with, I think this is what we've already covered.
Yeah,
So-
it's a different way of stating it.
Different way of saying what we've covered.
So this is Billy Coster from the Agency of Natural Resources. I think this model is where the legislature helps define what the goals and criteria are for what areas should deserve increased review in Act 250, and then allows an external process to identify those areas. So instead of creating a map that tries to plan out the entire state, it says, here's what we're trying to accomplish, here are the sorts of resource features and areas that we think Act 250 should review more often, and then allow others to propose those locations through a rulemaking or petition process. And there's other models that exist in the state for that sort of designation.
Aaron?
Well, I'm wondering if, what locally driven means, and, does it mean a municipality, does it mean a group of
More just
people?
a regional or community-based conversation.
But now,
'Cause today, you have the ability of a municipality to say, even though we're a 10-acre town, we wanna be a 1-acre town. Under the statute, and I don't think any municipality's ever asked for that increase in active jurisdiction.
Yeah, and we're not proposing that this
Huh?
is,
There is one?
Waterbury.
Waterbury.
One.
There's
we're
one.
not proposing that this has to be initiated by a municipality. Just that the conversation is probably most appropriate at a local or regional scale where the affected stakeholders are part of the conversation.
Chris?
well, I feel like this is sort of answering how we would deal with resource-based jurisdiction approach, which we've all agreed is kind of the concept, so am I missing it?
I think it's one.
This is solving or answering the question, okay, if you wanna do that, how would you do it? Here's one approach, as opposed to, we've already just agreed to kind of look at it that way. I'm wondering if this is basically gonna be part of the next phase of when we say, well, what do we mean when we say we wanna use a resource-based jurisdiction, right? This seems to me to be the administration's proposal to answer that.
Correct. Aaron?
I just want to be clear with you that I have a concern about what I'm seeing as creating kind of 3 different zones of active jurisdiction. You'd have the designated centers, or the areas where there's reduced jurisdiction. You'd have most of this, at least a big chunk of the state that's under active jurisdiction as it exists today. And you'd have areas of the state that are under greater active jurisdiction. And what the result, I think, is an increased complexity to figure out whether you trigger Act 50. And that may be where you want to go. I had suggested a different alternative that would have just shifted the 10/1 acre. That doesn't seem to be what you want to do.
I don't think it needs to be more complicated. This could actually
Be more specific.
be more simple and more
yeah.
clear.
Well, right now, I'm seeing it as adding a layer of complexity. And maybe that won't in the end be the case, but I just wanted to point that out. I want to go on, let's do.
Peg?
Well, the planners, in trying to push for more coordination between the levels of government, and if you're talking about locally driven and a regional conversation, they have a specific recommendation here about having more cross-referencing between the 2 titles, Title 24 that drives the regional and local planning, and Title 10 for Act 250, so that the goals that towns plan for are referenced in Act 250, and so we're all working towards the same policy framework, and that the locally adopted plan that's used in criterion 10 in Act 250 is a regionally approved, so that there's more, it's not just any town plan, it's a town plan that's gone through and met those requirements.
But yeah, I think just as Senator Pearson was suggesting, this is just a proposal to execute this concept that you picked there. So tuck it in the back of your head.
Right. It's definitely there. I'm also seeing that under the general heading of revising jurisdiction to achieve goals, we have this similar conversation happening.
Yeah.
So,
I'm sorry, where's that?
Who is that, please?
3A, just above where we are, just the overriding risk.
Is there, if you have a wetland in a downtown, by the time you get one of the designations, has that designation handled the sensitivity of a wetland? I don't know who
I think maybe Mr.
Yeah,
Cochran.
Chris Cochran, Agency of Commerce. It depends on the designation. Typically, there's not wetlands in a downtown area because they've already been covered. But the larger area designation, so the neighborhood designation and the growth center designation, does identify and aim to mitigate impacts to those areas as part of the designation process.
No?
Okay.
Additionally, this is Peter Walker from A&R, our permitting requirements for wetlands still applies.
Yeah. So even if an Act 250 permit is not required.
All right, so we have a lot of momentum around this, the concept here of looking at protecting, focusing on our designated centers so that we have easier Act 250 review, perhaps I'll call it, not necessarily less, maybe even more rigorous, but it happens at once for the designated center. And then looking at how do we best protect the outlying areas, both the working landscape and the really significant natural areas. So we
Yeah,
can
and
work on crafting those recommendations for these sections. And hopefully our staff will capture the discussion. And
I
then,
think we may need some help.
yeah, you will, that's fine.
It's clear that
We'll give
we
you
all
some
need
help. We all need help. And then what I was hoping to do was just go to 2C, forest fragmentation and protecting natural areas, and see if there's anything else under there. That's the previous page on the, I'm gonna number mine and everyone else get to, and then we'll have it on that page 3. This first one is about H233, as suggested in H233, which passed the House. Improve criterion 8 to review whether a project is designated to either avoid or minimize the fragmentation of forest blocks and wildlife connectivity areas through proactive site design. Forest blocks and wildlife connectivity areas could be delineated on a map and potentially even limited to the highest priority examples. For example, as delineated on the A&R forest block maps. Another option is to provide a definition for forest blocks and connectivity areas without mapping these features. Similar to the approach for necessary wildlife habitat under criterion 8A.
I mean, broadly, SS.
So that's 233, which, yeah, go ahead,
Well, there's
there's a choice.
a choice
Right.
here,
Yeah.
and the second choice seems to be that each application has an analysis built in as to whether it's being designed to minimize fragmentation, whereas, which is, I sort of feel like a little bit of how we've gotten here, because we look at one development and we decide it's okay, and then we don't notice the next 6 that are coming along, and whereas the map approach, I don't know, maybe it's the same problem, but
Do you think the map
it's
approach
easy to
might
look
be-
at a distinct development and decide it's doing okay. And we seem to be looking a lot at the forest, or the trees are missing, the forests in this case, and so I don't know, I go back to looking at blocks myself. But admit, I don't know how we do that. So there, it says here, as delineated on A&R forest block maps.
Yeah.
So those exist today. And those are just maps, or are those a definition that also has maps?
Those are maps that I believe identify any forest block. It defines what a forest block is. It's a contiguous area of forest and wetlands, not including agricultural lands, roads, etc. And I believe the blocks start at 50 acres. I could be wrong on that, but yeah, it's a non-judgmental assessment of these are areas that have trees that are unfragmented across the landscape.
And what about, we've heard people talking about priority forest blocks.
So that's taking those collection of forested areas and ranking them based on various criteria.
And that's all happened under rules or under statute?
That is something that has been a planning and scientific exercise to help inform the land conservation work and resource protection that we do. So it's not.
It already exists.
It exists. And I think Eric Sorensen presented that to you a couple meetings ago.
So we're down the road of at least identifying part of what I would see as a priority.
So I'm gonna suggest we try this one on with the mapping option and see what we hear back and see what we think as we move forward.
Could I just offer one thing? This is talking about criteria. So this is when a project is already into Act 250, there's no jurisdictional decision, it's in the process. And we found that maps aren't always the best way to do this because they're not always accurate, things change over time. By saying Act 250 has to review impacts to forest blocks and connected habitat, then in each case you have to determine if those resources exist, map or not, and review them. So in our experience, using definitions in the criteria is more inclusive and a better way to protect the resource. Maps can always be used to guide that, to be an external resource, but having the criteria really focus on a defined resource is been a better approach. But
I like that very much. I think, we're talking about what could happen in a forest over a period of time, talking about climate change into play, or habitat will change. And so consequently, the maps may not reflect accurately what is happening 20 years from now, or 25 years from now, in terms of how it's.
And a good example is deer wintering area, which is a necessary wildlife habitat under criteria 8A. The criteria just says necessary wildlife habitat. We have maps of deer yards, deer wintering area, that people use to help identify whether that resource is present, but the map isn't the determinant. It's whether physically on the ground there are pine stands, softwood stands that provide functions for deer during the winter. So just wanted to share that.
And what about using the maps under the jurisdiction part of that?
I think as Eric explained, the current assessment of forest blocks includes about 70% of the state. It's a very coarse analysis. I don't think that we believe that's an appropriate tool for jurisdiction.
Well, it wouldn't necessarily mean it would be all of them, could be the priority ones or.
Well, the highest priority are 68% of the state currently, so. That tool was not developed for regulatory jurisdictional purposes. It's looking across the whole state what are functioning forest blocks.
Too many? Yeah.
Too many thoughts.
Can we decide this piece later and move on?
Yes, you can.
I will say, I think it seems like everyone agrees that having these concepts in 250 is valuable.
Right. Sure.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, Faith, do you mind closing the outside door? It's kind of loud. No, we want.
This one?
No, it's, there's something there. If people are warm, we can open a window. What? You don't want? No, we're.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ray.
Thank you. All right.
I'm curious if I could ask Billy or others a question, like, fragmentation doesn't happen from one development. I mean, it can begin to happen, but it's a cumulative thing that seems to me to put us at risk. And I would love to hear some ideas about, this has been, to my mind, one of the drawbacks of Act 250 is it has not handled the 12th development. It was all, none of which were reviewed, right? And so then we have a landscape that sort of isn't part of the vision that people will look at 50 years ago. So, do you have any thoughts on this cumulative effect problem as it relates to fragmentation?
I would say that single developments could fragment the landscape. Large subdivisions, even single houses with one road, ski area expansions, that does happen, and I think that's important to catch. I would really defer to VNRC. They've done so much work looking at this sub-jurisdictional question. I think that if you are able to look at the most important areas, the most critical forest blocks, the most critical connecting habitat, and have a process to increase jurisdiction in those locations, like we're proposing, then you can get it then. And you have to start someplace and start where it's most important. To try to do that statewide, I think would be a real challenge, but to say these are the top 5 habitat connectors in the state, we're gonna go through this rulemaking petition process to reduce Act 250 jurisdiction or increase jurisdiction in those locations. You will capture those smaller types of development, the cumulative development in those areas.
But if I understand correctly, your process is waiting for that to happen at like a local, regional level, and you're not willing to have A&R help us identify it.
No, I guess we are, absolutely. Anyone can petition that process. We would help set the criteria that would establish it. I think when we say local or regional, we're just saying that the conversations should happen in the region. It shouldn't be coming to the State House to testify on a bill that's gonna set those rules for the entire state.
Except, I'm just gonna continue, but if we're talking about resources that are critical to the state of Vermont, we should be able to give some sort of direction at the state level. They're critical to the state.
You set the criteria and the process. So, Class 1 wetlands, outstanding resource waters, those are all types of natural resources that the legislature has said, these are important, here's how they're identified, and if you want to protect them, here's a process to follow to protect them.
I guess what's tricky is that we hear from the biologist, from Eric, that actually what's critical is a lot more than a handful of Class 1 wetlands and of high priority waters. Like, we don't have a lot of those identified. Very few. So if you're talking about what's critical to the future of the state of Vermont, how do we get there? Because it's not happened through the process we have.
I think this is a way to start to get there. Frankly, I don't know that, I think this is a way that we think could move in that direction.
Okay.
Well, I'll just reiterate that the recommendation from the planners is to more clearly define state interests by reinstituting the capability and development plan. That's different from a state land use plan. Both of those things were in Act 250. And the state land use plan was the one that was so controversial, but the capability and development maps, that's a plan to show what's important that's out there.
What's sensitive and unbuildable and. Right.
And where your state investments are, where you put money into sewer lines and water supply and airports. So it's both sides of the coin.
And that information could all feed into this process to designate these areas.
Brian.
Yeah, Brian Troop with VNRC. I think what we encouraged you to do is look at both criteria and jurisdiction, and I think I would agree with Billy that you could define the highest priority forest blocks and connectivity areas, and then A&R typically provides advice to the district commissions. You ground proof that, so the map might be one resource that the district commission would consider, but they'd also look at the unique circumstances of the site. And then the flip side of that is once you have that jurisdiction, what's the criteria? And I think Warren said it well, it's really not yes or no development, it's avoid, minimize the impacts, or mitigate them. So you're really not saying these areas aren't developable, but they have to be developed very carefully and sensitively, you know, to protect the ecological values.
Jamie?
Jamie Fidel with VNRC, I guess to try and get to Senator Pearson's question on cumulative impacts, what we found based on our research is a typical subdivision in Vermont is based on about 22 case study towns where we combed through all the subdivision records over close to a decade period. This was about 2 to 4 lots that were being built. And so if you design your trigger to a certain number of lots, potentially development will continue under that threshold. If you look at the road rule, potentially you could develop right up to that threshold, build your house just short of that trigger, and then the next house is just short of that trigger again, and you keep on leapfrogging into that intact area. That's why we recommended you may want to consider just having automatic jurisdiction in one of these priority resource areas, because then you don't get at that incremental, you know, loopholes or development that just leapfrogs within it. Now we understand that's, you know, a decision you need to make as to whether you have that level of heightened review, or at least look at kind of the traditional patterns that are happening and try and get at the cumulative impacts by not going with a jurisdictional trigger that just allows for that continuing development right underneath the threshold. That's a way to address cumulative impacts. And then you decide, are you limiting it to a certain subset of priority areas? Recognizing that there's a lot of intact forest in Vermont, you need to decide whether you're ultimately saying all of those intact forest blocks or a subset of priorities.
Thank you. It's just a big question.
Big question. Yeah, that's why we started with it. It's the big question.
Just FYI, the definition of forest block that was in H233 depended on the maps.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that's what you have to recommend, but that is what passed the House, and it was high priority, which apparently is a lot.
So you have a definition that depends on the map, so you've essentially done both? I don't guess
In 233, you tried to narrow the universe of forest blocks to just the high priority ones.
Which
So-
you just said were still the majority of them anyway,
Correct.
but okay.
There are existing definitions for forest block, forest fragmentation, and habitat connector in Title 24. That was part of Act 171. So those are very generic. This is a forest block, this is connecting habitat.
So, but I guess we passed it based on the maps, so.
Right,
when you
it
say
said
that-
forest block means a contiguous area of forest in any stage of success and not currently developed for non-forest use. That is mapped as an interior forest block within, then you refer to the.
And that's 2/3 of the state?
I believe so.
Yeah, earlier you had added to a definition of forest block in Title 24. That was not dependent on the maps. So both of those concepts exist.
And I guess I just want to say, I think we should get a real answer on how much of the state that is, because the.
2/3 seems like a lot.
The conservation design is 70% of the state, but it includes river corridors, it included the whole thing, not just the forest blocks, to
I'll
be
see if I can
clear.
get that figure right now, if not, I'll give it back.
Interior forest block was the term used, and it referred to the 2016 interior forest block data set.
Yeah, okay.
I know you don't want to get into the weeds, but
No,
you're
it's-
getting into how to.
Sometimes the weeds happen, yeah.
To me, the river corridors, the floodplains would have a similar, the same concept. These are sensitive, valuable community resources. I don't know, I'd love to have it be simple in that, there would be approach similar. Maybe that's.
There are definitions, there are descriptive definitions of river corridor in statute elsewhere.
Well, floodplains are.
And, well,
not to complicate things, but you did pass a law that established the state flood hazard and river corridor permitting program. So outside of Act 250, we actually have to review and issue permits for development that's exempt from municipal jurisdiction in floodplains and river corridors. So those are energy projects, state projects, for the most part. So we actually, if you're gonna propose development of an energy project in a floodplain or river corridor, you have to file an application with us, we review it, and decide whether to permit that project. The decision was made not to extend that to things that are done municipally, and to let towns adopt those sorts of rules themselves if they choose to. But that's an existing regulatory structure that is trying to get to your concern of river corridor and floodplain.
But it only covers certain kinds of projects.
Correct, but that, that's a tool that also could be expanded to be broader and has nothing to do with 250. So there's, we regulate all development for wetlands, for stormwater, that's generally how we address environmental impacts, is through standalone permit programs, not through Act 250.
But the river corridor program is town by town, whether they've adopted that or not.
Correct, but
And
that's
how
just an
many-
example of something that could be changed to
But
be.
how many towns have adopted?
Not many.
Not many, and that's sort of one of my concerns with this idea of having the resource protection try to bubble up when we're seeing this accelerated.
Right, I was just suggesting there's an existing state permitting program that you could expand to capture more.
Okay, series is rising. Couple of minutes.
Go ahead. I was just wondering we're back at 12:30 then?
12:30, we'll come back, and how many of you are planning to come back for the afternoon? Pretty much everyone, okay. Do you want to see if room 11 is? Never mind, we'll stay. Okay, thank you all. Please, let's start up promptly at 12:30 unless Jerry's is still hanging, even if she's still hanging.
Okay.
It's our fault.
Wait, you can't blame me.
Exactly.
Alright, well, I'm not quite sure, but I think we're gonna, how do we start without
Well, I heard this enjoyed our process.
I just wrote it, but you didn't see him out here.
Well, we need him to know if we're saying, put this recommendation in.
Yeah, makes it
Yeah, she's out.
I saw her go up there.
Literally, you could say, hey,
Oh, yeah?
look at that today. This is good. Let's just have a little perspective.
All right. No problem. It'll be okay.
And you started, you're gonna wait for Aaron.
Oh,
Aaron who?
We can
I just wrote it, so see if he's paying attention.
Wait a couple more minutes just to make sure.
I mean, we could just start talking about this next one. We're gonna reconvene our meeting.
Okay, you're on the record.
We are on the record, we're starting again. Page 3 of the recommendations document. Under 2C, forest fragmentation, we're gonna leave that as it is, I think, and put it in and come back to it.
Right.
So the next one is, if it's not feasible to avoid, minimize fragmentation of forest blocks through site design, require mitigation. Again, that's from 233.
You're at 2C.
I'm at 2C, bullet 2. I support that recommendation. All right, thanks.
Sure.
Require that development outside of compact areas be designed to address impacts to important natural areas and working lands. Do we not already?
Well, yeah, I don't understand that.
Does number 3 require that development outside of compact areas?
Well, I think they're trying to say that regardless of jurisdiction,
Have a,
right, if something doesn't trigger jurisdiction, then this wouldn't occur.
but if it doesn't trigger jurisdiction, it wouldn't.
So I think this bullet point is saying some level. And to me, they're raising the jurisdiction.
You wanna keep it?
No, I'm trying to understand the bullet before I, that's right.
read here from the NRC.
What, can you just remind me what point you were at?
We're on
2C.
page 3, 2C,
Okay.
bullet 3. Put it on hold.
Yeah,
Second.
it's a big question mark.
Yeah.
Act 250 jurisdiction designed to protect critical habitats, wildlife corridors, and forest blocks outside of designated centers while mindful of existing regulations will help protect Vermont's environment and would be most effectively addressed in a new criteria. Oh, so the League of Cities and Towns, and Karen is outside watching Series Rise, but this is their suggestion is to actually make a different, not to fold it into 8, which is where it's been going, I think, and create an entirely new criteria to address the natural resource impacts.
I don't know if I quite understand that. But why
Have it be a
Well, I don't know if I
standalone
like
from 2C.
understand the pros and cons of it.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Do you want to just go to the next one and see if she comes in?
I guess so.
Good,
I mean,
Unless Aaron has something to add on.
Oh, yeah.
Just tonight. Hi, Aaron. Hi. We are back into the recommendations document, page 3. And we're looking at a Vermont League of Cities and Towns recommendation to create a separate criteria for protecting critical habitats, wildlife corridors, and forest blocks.
Oh, excuse me, sorry.
And the League of Cities and Towns is the only group to suggest actually adding a different criteria for that. And I guess I'm wondering if, I'm not asking you to represent them, but what would be the benefit of creating a new criteria?
You don't have criterion today that necessarily covers wildlife corridors and forest blocks. You do have one that covers necessary wildlife habitat, which I don't know if that's what they mean by critical habitat. So that's probably as far as I can take it.
well, to me, it seems likely we'll look at criteria and that this goal is, somewhere in the zone of things we want to talk about. So can we discuss whether or not it should be standalone or in addition to criteria or whatever?
Then, yeah, good, okay. Act 250 should be amended to include forest blocks, so we have some consensus around this. Part of criterion 8, so this is the one.
This is
That's more along the lines of the 233 version.
This is.
Yeah.
Okay. Get that in?
So I think, yes, I think we'll probably end up having to fold these together, but,
This looks like there's a second separate point
okay.
in the second sentence. No, I'm
Yeah,
not sure
right.
these are the same point.
No.
No,
You're right. In fact, it goes under probably 2D, the next. So let's separate those two and review it under, when we get to 2D.
Okay.
So, I guess that's the forest fragmentation piece of the agenda. So then, are we ready to move on to promoting desired settlement patterns?
Where's that?
So it will be on page 4, under jurisdiction 3A1. We'll start with that one. So, promoting desired settlement patterns, update select state designation programs, downtowns, growth centers, new town centers, and neighborhood development areas so that environmental issues are evaluated in the designation process This would make it possible to identify areas where development is most suitable and where less Act 250 review may, therefore, be appropriate. As part of these updates, create an appeal process for all designation decisions in order to create accountability for designation decisions.
And that seems like one of our overarching goals that we've been talking about. I support having it in there. Let's see.
Yeah, and I guess, I'm wondering, did I miss one from you, Kristen, here?
It was an earlier draft, but not this one.
What do you mean it was in an earlier draft? This is the only draft. This is a document I compiled recommendations.
Yeah, I saw an earlier version of it that had it, but it's not in this one.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe it's just somewhere else.
And it could go in multiple places.
It might show up somewhere else. Maybe it's,
I'm sorry, what are you looking for exactly?
well, I'm just, like, under this heading here, we have 2 from VNRC, 1 from the League of Cities and Towns, and none from executive agencies, and so I know that this is something they would like to do, so I want to make sure we.
Yeah, so it's now it's in on 3A2 above forest fragmentation.
Of forest fragmentation?
Yeah.
What?
Designate landscapes of unique.
Oh, I see what you mean. The last bullet.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and 2B. So you're lost.
2B, it'll come up when we get to that. We're going, that'll be the next, but anyway, okay. I guess so I got,
We put that in, I thought already, correct?
which one?
The designated landscapes.
I don't have a check on it.
Okay.
Well, we felt like that was one of the ways we might approach.
Getting at this issue. So what are the main differences between the two?
Hold on. Can we go back to 3A1?
Yes, we can. Let's go back to 3A1.
Do we agree that we want to potentially update the different designations and look at the process that surrounds them?
Yes.
Yeah. Madam Chair, Peter Walker, A&R, as an important distinction between the two ideas, the enhanced designation is an optional add-on rather than to update every single designation that exists currently. Right, if you want to seek that additional reduced Act 250 review as part of an enhanced designation as a community, then you can go after that. But if you are happy with your designation and the opportunities it avails you now, then you don't need to do anything. So I think it's an important distinction to make as we have this discussion.
That's great, thank you.
It's the distinction you're making between current designated areas?
Yes.
Yeah.
So then we wouldn't, every community in the state that's currently designated would not need to go back and to remain designated,
Right,
go
it's an
through
option.
this process. It would be an optional adder.
Yep. Peg.
And you have this from Vermont Planners Association as well. They echo a lot of this, but talk about, in the details of the recommendations, thinking about the municipal process too. So not only at the designation process before the downtown board, including some of the Act 250 criteria under that review, but also establishing standards for review at the municipal and regional planning level. Just, it's all that same thing of trying to coordinate all 3 levels and have the statutes echoing each other and connecting, linking to each other.
And can you tell us what page you're on?
It's
anyway?
page 10,
Thank you.
yes. And that's where the Maryland example is brought up again of different locations and different municipalities are at different levels of development and capability.
So this is, I'm reading in the middle of there under considerations, would be helpful to a lot of the things we've been talking about.
Yeah, I apologize if this got to you late, so you don't have the details from us. There is a lot of good ideas in
Oh,
here.
no, there's great ideas in here, it's just that, no, you don't have to, but it was so much, I didn't feel like it was worth transferring.
Yeah.
So Madam Chair, are you looking for us to decide which bits of these language, which of the 3 variations you would want us to put in at this point? The 3 being the one from BNRC, this, or comparable agencies, or help me understand what.
I think we may have a start for these recommendations, because we all just agree that we're interested in
Right.
the enhanced designation that Peter clarified.
Can I ask VNRC a question? Because you wrote the first bullet here. Is the vision that you would sort of grandfather current designations, or go back and look at them?
We would urge you not to grandfather current designations, because that was a large part of the problem, and the basis of our concerns is that the designation processes, especially for growth centers, was pretty flawed in the early years. And concerns of fish and wildlife weren't listened to in one instance. There was just, yeah, so.
I see nods from the plan.
Yeah.
Well,
Maybe I can just add that I served on the board, the downtown board, for 8 years as a governor's appointment for the smart growth seat, and was very alone. It's a very political board, so it's something, I mean, nobody's mentioning it, but the board, how it's constituted and how it's all representatives of state agencies and, or governor appointments, except for 2 people, I think, on it. And that makes it a very political body. If you're gonna put all of this into it, depending on I served on it when Governor Douglas was governor, and we just, approvals just went through on everything. It didn't matter what the statute said.
And as staff to that board, since Douglas's days, the processes and procedures that we follow are well established, and we do a good job following the rules. And I think Brian and others would attest to that fact. Maybe, I don't know.
I don't see Brian shaking his head. His
Hey,
head is
Brian,
down.
up to you now.
Well, I think the question was, do you go back and grandfather the ones that were designated during the flood process? I'd encourage you not to.
Right. I would agree not to.
Okay.
The board does not feel comfortable overturning previous decisions that have been made. They're new staff, new appointments, and they just think that there was wisdom in those earlier decisions, and it was not.
I would ask Peg offer some facts, and we just changed boundaries of a community last week, so it happens all the time.
And
So.
is the board still mostly politically appointed?
Yes, that is true.
As a sitting member of that board, we make changes to things all the time. We make changes for and against staff's recommendations, so the community's present in the room. So it's not a perfect process, but there is no perfect.
It's crystal clear.
One of a related recommendation that we made, and it kind of relates to what is the role and function of the NRB with regard to a lot of these other kind of planning or related processes, is there's no accountability of the board. They make a decision, and that's the final decision. There's no appeal process.
Right.
There's no opportunity to challenge that. We actually, the NRC, before I was with them, actually did attempt to appeal one of the designation decisions, and the court said, sorry, there's no process for that.
Wow.
It's problematic.
Aaron had something to add.
So since the Douglas administration, I think it was during Senator Shumlin's time, the General Assembly expanded the downtown board to include more members. And that made, so things, huh? So that may or may not have changed things. And it's not exactly the same board. In terms of the issue of appeal, I believe that both the executive branch agencies and the NRC are saying that, if I read their things correctly, that there should be appeal in the executive branch agencies of the enhanced designation. And I think the NRC may be of the designation, but I don't.
Any designation that would have implications for Act 250 jurisdiction, I guess. And one other thing I want to say in defense of the board, the idea of having the different agencies together for resource allocation, for granting, for the benefit packages that come with designation, it's valuable to have that. That was by design.
And I would just add, Aaron is correct. We do support appeals in VNRC's request for appeals with enhanced designation. We envision appeals going to the NRB, and that was sent to you in that sample draft language that we shared with you.
So, and I'm sorry if I missed it when Chris was leaving, but currently there's no appeals process.
No.
Okay. There's Chris. Chris?
Hello. Hi.
Chris has to do a family run for the dentist with his daughter. He's going to join us by phone. Okay, let's see. Try to keep it together. Where are we? I would include a recommendation that this is a little bit offline, but since we're talking about it, that that appeals process be created, separate, from the enhanced conversation, but then now we are. There is the grandfather / enhanced. I mean, I think it's the first. I didn't really think it through completely, but so it's my first time thinking about it didn't dawn. I guess I assumed that if you already designated center, you didn't have to go for enhanced, which is what you're saying.
To get the change relative to Act 250, yes, that's our proposal.
Right, that you need enhanced to get the change relative to
Yes.
Act 250, but if you like the way it is, you can say that.
Yes.
Correct.
So that's more clear to me. Is that two different issues that we should talk about?
Yeah.
So, it's, do we support the concept of enhanced? I think we said we do.
Yes.
And then how grandfathered or existing ones are treated.
Brian, do you mind just taking us through the grandfather situation, just briefly again? I've been sort of missed a little bit of it.
There are several designations.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Categories.
Yeah.
The one that probably has, from our perspective, worked the best and been the tightest is the downtown program. The village program hasn't been that problematic either, but the village program has no natural resource protection or land use regulatory kind of requirements to it. So that's one that I think there's agreement should not kind of be eligible for better treatment under Act 250 or easier access to it. The one that was most problematic is the Growth Center one, which is also the one that has the most detailed kind of planning and resource protection criteria, and that's the one that there is no appeal process. We were very dissatisfied with several of the initial designations that did happen during the Douglas administration, and we feel as though, and it seems as though the administration agrees, that if you're taking away in some form the rights of citizens to participate in a process that they would otherwise have access to, then they should have the right to challenge that decision during the designation. Does that answer your question?
And when you're saying that you don't want these old decisions to be grandfathered, these old.
Yeah, yes, in particular the Growth Center designations.
And how many are
For
there?
Act 250 purposes?
Yeah, there are 6 growth centers, and they're It is a very rigorous process, and the designations the growth centers that we have designated were subsidized through a state grant, basically, to complete the application process. So it is a very tedious and rigorous process. I think what makes sense to the administration is if these designated areas want an Act 250 exemption, they have to go through the enhanced process, which would be appealed, and I think may satisfy the NRC's concern.
How many of those 6 were established under the original, the Douglas group?
I think all of them, yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
Oh, all 6, so
Yeah.
Oh.
not so many new ones coming on. I think we had one in Middlebury, but it expired.
They have to be reauthorized every 20 years.
Every 20 years, so it wouldn't have expired yet, but.
No, they're in their 10th year now,
Yeah.
most of them.
Yeah, I don't know why we would grandfather them. I mean, I'm not hearing
I don't believe you're getting a recommendation from anybody to grandfather.
not to grandfather.
I'm wondering what people mean by grandfather. I'm not sure everyone means the same thing.
I think you're right.
I don't think anybody's asking you to take away any existing designations for whatever benefits they have today. What I'm hearing is people say if the towns want to get less Act 250 jurisdiction, then there has to be a more rigorous process. You may also be hearing from VNRC that the process should be more rigorous going forward anyway. And I'm not sure VNRC is saying, okay, the 6 that have growth centers today, you would take that away? That would be, wouldn't that be a separate issue from
It
what
would
this
be a
commission
separate
is
issue.
saying?
We might say that.
I
but-
was gonna say, and are you saying that?
We really haven't discussed
You
that
haven't said it.
internally,
Okay,
so we
so-
have not said it. Whether we will at some point, I guess.
Okay.
Right.
So, I'm not sure we need to decide anything.
No, I don't think we need
Okay.
to, no.
Phew.
I think, I just want to make sure, what I'm hearing is, I think, at least for the moment, let's go down the path of less Act 250 jurisdiction in areas that get some kind of more rigorous designation. Is that,
Well, I'm not sure it's less, I'm actually not sure I want to frame it as less Act 250, but it's more just like it's, I mean, it's not the way I see it. You're going to meet most of the criteria just in a proactive way.
We consider it front-loading some of those questions, so it's not on a site-by-site basis, but it's on an area basis.
Right.
Yes,
but you're not going to have the projects go through Act 250, or are you?
They're not going to be reviewed through Act 250 process. But they said, go ahead,
The BPA recommendation is to update the state designation standards under 24, Title 24, to incorporate the Act 250 criteria for exemptions for Act 250. So in order to gain the exemptions, the criteria are part of the designation review. And that's what you mean by enhanced designation?
No, we mean
No?
something
Oh.
very different, in fact.
So, can you articulate for us what is?
Yeah, what we envisioned for the enhanced designation process was, Act 250, many of the existing permits that ANR does satisfies many of the existing criteria through their, presumptive process. The big hole in Act 250, when they review these projects within centers, is there's no recognition of wildlife protection. So what we suggested was wildlife protections go in these areas. The other idea was many of our villages, I should say villages are off the table. Many of our downtowns or existing settled areas that are designated are at risk because they were built historically near water, because that's where the power and transportation were. Let's figure out how to protect them upstream and downstream by requiring the town adopt river corridor standards to protect these areas from development. And then for the existing buildings, enable tax credits to flood-proof these buildings, because we do know a flood is coming, it's just a matter of when. So the intent was to fill kind of the big holes, make sure that we have flood resistance and climate change addressed in this designation process, and make sure we have protections for important natural resources. The other benefit of the flood or the river corridor areas is that's the riparian area where most of the critters move up and down and through the community. So it not only protects people, I think it protects our wildlife concerns as well.
Any other comments? Yeah, Brian?
I think it goes without saying, you've already discussed forest and other natural resource areas. We really consider this as a larger balancing act, that it's you're dealing with the designations in the build areas at the same time that you're dealing with the lack of oversight of a lot of development in the countryside. I just wanted to make that point.
And so do you support the agency's perspective on this? Or
I'm not, I think the devil's in the details. I'm not quite sure I understand all of it, and I don't want to,
Okay.
I support the idea of a better designation process before there's any kind of regulatory relief.
Okay, yeah, so that, I'm actually hearing that too, and so I think we include that as a recommendation.
And then dig in.
And dig in, yeah, to the differences in the details.
The recommendation.
Oh, sure, Chris, maybe can he be turned up? We're gonna turn you up, hold on a second.
Okay, try again.
It's a little hard to hear when the conversation moves off the table, so folks in the audience could speak up, I'd be grateful. But in terms of, to me, and the question that Aaron asked about less Act 250 oversight in designated areas, to me that is what we're talking about. So I wonder if you could talk about, I mean, what your comment that wasn't what you're thinking.
Yeah, I guess I was just saying that I was hopeful that the criteria would still be evaluated in the process. That wouldn't go through Act 250, but that the same standards would be met. So, or appropriately.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so as somebody applies for a designation, they're agreeing to apply some of the standards themselves in just a different way. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they would meet them, and they would meet them obviously on a larger scale, because it would be their whole center. And it may not be appropriate, it may not be appropriate to expect them to meet them all, and so that's where I think we're landing, is that we're open to having the conversation about which ones make sense to include in that enhanced designation.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense.
And just as a point of clarification, one of the things we're talking about, I'll speak up as much as I can, is that there is, by having the municipalities do this through bylaws, you're getting that protection not just to the designated center, but through the entire community as a whole. So you're getting, it's a good trade-off within the community itself that makes a decision to go forward here.
Whereas Act 250 would pick up one or two projects, in their total development cycle per year. This would encompass the whole town. So,
Right. Yeah.
And that's why it links or has the nexus with the climate change. If a development is going to occur, how can we make it better?
Aaron?
I wanted to ask, what is the executive branch recommendation on what the bylaws should contain? Are the bylaws supposed to require review for compliance with the Act 250 criteria?
No.
Okay, so I don't know that I have something that sets that up.
We will also provide what we provided to the chair to you about sample language about what we think needs to be added in order to fill the gaps, the large gaps that Chris just went through.
I was hoping the committee could hear it.
I'm sorry, I got distracted. What?
Well, apparently there's something in writing that they have that would say what the bylaws should.
They have proposed language, I have it. Do you want me to share it?
Yeah,
Okay.
Well, I just didn't want to think, I didn't want just to have it sent to me, I think that other committee members should have it. But, okay. I wanted to ask about this recommendation, so would you want to phrase it in the way that Brian was just saying, that it's a larger balance of going on here?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I like that.
Yeah, that would be great.
Absolutely.
Okay. The next one is around highway interchanges. Require Act 250 review and context-sensitive design. around highway interchanges in order to ensure that roadway functions, aesthetics, and state investments in these important areas are not undermined by development. VNRC.
Can somebody describe for me why that's not happening today?
Yeah, I bet someone can. Brian, you wanna do that?
Well, because the jurisdictional trigger of Act 250 is based on the number of units or lots or the size of the development. And what this was a recommendation is intended to do is in some respects restore Governor Dean's executive order on interchange areas as being gateways to our communities and to the state and deserving of special attention because they are magnets for development that can have impacts on downtowns and other historic centers and highly visible.
There's been legislative proposals in the past during Governor Dean's administration to add different kind of jurisdiction within so many feet of interstate interchanges, but it never succeeded in passing. So it's only been guidance and manuals about design and development around interchanges, and it's been work done on that.
I think this is important to include.
Yeah.
It's very important.
Yeah, I think so too.
Wonder if anybody's opposed to it.
Okay. Paul? No. Okay, so we're gonna
3A1.
include that.
So there have been bills.
I understand that.
Right, so, I mean,
I'm talking about it.
if you get to writing a bill.
Yeah, we'll have language.
Well,
That's
language,
great.
Yeah. Hopefully there's several of those.
I didn't know.
Feeling any pressure, Aaron?
I'm not feeling a lot of pressure because I'm going to disappear when I disappear. Other people.
And then the last one that came in to this document was remove remaining Act 250 jurisdiction from development in designated areas. I think we've addressed that by agreeing to the enhanced, pursuing the enhanced. And then Peg, I'm gonna put you a little bit on the spot because what I don't wanna have happen is that the Planners Association recommendations related to these things are getting lost. So if there's one that isn't covered when we're in these subjects, help me out.
I think the only part of it is, that we're looking at the local and regional planning as well, so it's making sure that Title 24 is altered to maybe have more possibility for exemptions under Criteria 9 if a community has done the extensive planning to gain a growth center designation or more expanded designation for the work they've done for where development should go in the town, that there's more room there. It just says establish a process and standards review for municipal and regional.
Hey, I'm sorry, what page are you on? You're
it's
on
on page 10 again, that same section. So regulation of existing or planned settlements for consideration in Act 250 would possibly include more exemptions under Criteria 9. Right now, the only exemptions that you get possibly or it's not exemptions so much as presumptions, is it under 6, 7, and 10 for municipalities. And then there's the recommendations about Maryland of just considering different parts of the state are in different, have different anticipations in terms of development, different sophistication. So Maine followed that as well when they did growth management. They also really concentrated all of their effort on really improving planning and exemptions in regulatory area in the coastal core that was developing most rapidly.
So, on the previous one that you just talked about, I need to understand a little bit more. We talk a lot about the designated centers, but the Planners Association is actually advocating for more inclusion of more settled areas. So you want existing settled areas separate from whether they're designated centers?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Not to gain exemptions from Act 250 or. It's the same, we really have the same recommendations, I think, as the administration and BNRC.
So would this be covered by those? Oh, okay.
We're just trying to give you more details on where to put it or how to do it.
And then I think that we are underlying a lot of our conversations about how to protect the outlying areas is maybe the concept of the tiers, but I also don't want to lose that. So do you agree with that? You guys?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I don't know what that is.
Maryland has 4 tiers and they're in this
Maryland.
document,
Yes.
and then Chris sort of came up with 3 tiers earlier, so that's why I was saying that in his
don't-
mind,
right,
that's how he's
right.
organizing this whole thing, and I'd say mine too, so it's a possible way that we may frame these changes. Proposed recommendation changes, I should say. Okay, so I think that gets us into criteria for settlement patterns, which would be on page 2, at the bottom of page 2B, settlement patterns. Update criterion 9K, effects of development on public investment. To further define public investment so that it includes the numerous programs established since Act 250's inception. Designation programs, certain tax credits, local tax stabilization, housing conservation board, and ensure the public investment in designated growth areas is protected. I know you need help with this one, Brian.
Well, if you look at criterion 9K, it does list a long list of public investments, transportation infrastructure, hospitals, a number of things. We've created new forms of public investment since Act 250 was created, including the tax credits that go into downtown redevelopment, other grant programs available. The designations themselves are a expression of public interest, and we thought that you could expand the list of what those public investments are that are to be protected from adverse impact from an external development by just adding to the list.
Oh, I see. So adding the things that you've listed because they're not listed now.
Exactly.
Got it, thank you. It's not as complicated as at first it appeared. Okay.
Well, I'm not sure it's clear how you add a designation program to the list of public facility services.
That may not be then, I would defer to legislative council, but I think things like tax increment finance districts are a public investment, tax redevelopment tax credits are a public investment. That could be added to the list.
But you're talking about the areas in which the investments were made, in terms of land.
Yeah, the areas that those are.
So, okay, I'm getting into the weeds, but I still think it's, well, it's not as simple as adding these words to the list.
Was that what you
We did
were
not
thinking,
intend
Brian?
this to be legislative
No.
language, it was more of
I
a
didn't
concept.
think so, but I'm
Okay.
still moving from this to legislative language.
Okay.
Okay. The next one is make explicit the need to reference maps in criterion 10.
You and I were talking a little bit about maps. You say just a little bit about this, Brian?
Actually, I put Kate McCarthy, our Sustainable Communities Program Director, on this spot. I believe this came out of her portion of the work.
Sure. I'm not gonna presume anything, and I'm gonna move in the corner when I'm done. This is Kate McCarthy from VNRC. So make explicit the need to reference maps in Criterion 10 review, Criterion 10 municipal and regional plans. Usually people will look to evaluate a project by looking at the written policies that are in municipal or regional plan. And those are words on a page, and despite best efforts, there can sometimes be challenges to reconcile competing interests between different sections of plans. A map is something, specifically the future land use map of a municipal or a regional plan, is something that makes explicit those policies in terms of what should happen where going into the future. And so if you were to look at only the words and not look at how those comport with a future land use vision, you are limited in your understanding and interpretation of those policies.
Makes sense. What would the downside be? Do people have concerns with that? Anybody?
The maps vary.
Yeah.
And this is a theme throughout every
Yeah, but it seems to
local
clarify,
policy would
right,
vary,
but
it can be clarifying.
having,
to
right, it
different
can be
degrees.
clarifying, without a doubt.
But they could be clarifying to different degrees in different towns. Regional plan maps also vary. There may be others who have insight on this as well, but based on the regional plan maps. But I don't see a very strong downside to this. I think it's
More of a,
information.
yeah, real benefit.
Maps are communication.
Mhm.
And when we're talking, especially as we did this morning about incremental development and really trying to understand how that
Yeah,
happens,
yeah.
looking at it spatially matters.
You're okay with this? I'm looking at the gentleman behind you, Brian.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I like a map.
Of certain things. Apparently.
Great.
All right.
What if the map and the written policy, written provisions are
Counter
or
or opposed? Yeah.
Well, maybe that gets to review of local plans.
Region.
Yeah.
And do you want to speak to that, Peter, or?
Yeah, Peter Gregory, 2 Rivers Ottaquechee. It gets to, the quality of local plans and the process regional planning commissions use to ensure that the maps are consistent with the text. Some cases that's not the case.
Yeah.
And sometimes RPCs will disapprove a plan on that issue. But it also talks about regional plans and the text and maps contained therein and how they need to be consistent. And that underscores the need for an outside review of regional plans that has been talked about by others, by an independent group. To ensure that the regional plans are held to the same standards that the RPCs purport to hold local plans.
Yeah.
I'm going to, okay, how does this actually get written up? And actually, every time you guys are talking, I'm thinking, okay, if the district commission has in front of it a plan where the map has, these uses allowed in it, and
With the
there are
criteria.
provisions that cut against allowing this project in that area, even though it's the use that is in the map, which one?
You're just creating conflict, you're saying, the buck has to stop.
I don't know,
somewhere.
maybe it's a question, maybe leave it to the clarity of the plan and the commissions to decide, but.
Well, I think that happens when, let's say, you are supposed to look at the zoning first, right? And then if it's not clear, you go to the plan, or vice versa. Vice versa. You look at-
Right.
said, I mean, I was on a case where that happened, and we had to go to the zoning. Because the plan was not clear. I mean, I think it happens.
That's true, if
So
the plan is
we already have
ambiguous,
the.
you do go under current law, okay.
Okay, good.
Thank you for reminding me of that.
Okay, here's a long one from the executive agencies. Maybe they wanna
Well,
read it.
can we settle on,
Oh.
so what are we gonna do with those two? Are we in agreement, we're gonna conclude those?
I think the three of us were okay with
Yeah,
putting them in.
yeah, okay, great.
This is just a reassertion of the enhanced designation concept.
Okay. So I wonder how many times we need to reassert that in our report.
At least
We're giving a lot in just the
7.
notes. We'll let Aaron and the editors figure that out, where the best places are for it.
Okay.
First time it comes up.
This is perhaps, I mean, I did obviously read this when I put it in here, and when you presented it originally, this looks like it may be one of the most detailed explanations of it, and it may be the most helpful to use as a foundation. So wherever it goes, this text might be,
This was the text we referenced in the previous discussion,
Yeah.
so maybe just move to that section. and be
yeah,
appropriate.
yeah. Okay, yeah, Aaron.
I think where it goes, so in a broad sense, this appears to be more about jurisdiction in the end than criteria. So I would actually put it in the jurisdiction section.
Correct.
I mean, the way this proposal is
Right.
discussed.
It came as a recommended jurisdictional change.
And, yeah,
So,
right.
because the criteria section asks to the extent to which the criteria support this pattern, and maybe some of the other issues you've talked about relative to the criteria would go there, like forest fragmentation, things like that.
Yes. Actually, we want to do we want to revisit now that the VNRC team is fully back in the room? We put a couple on hold, didn't we? Help me out, Brian. What did we start after lunch?
Is criterion 8 a separate criterion for necessary to allow?
That was League of Cities and Towns, but it was in that conversation. Is it required development outside the designated grass? Oh, yeah. It required that development outside of compact areas be designed to address impacts to important natural areas and working lands.
What page?
Page 3, under 2C, forest fragmentation. I think we put that one on hold because you weren't in here to help us understand what we meant.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that is kind of a separate recommendation, separate from the larger H233 recommendation about changing the criteria to deal with forest fragmentation. I want to look to Jamie. I think one other related issue is where the burden is under 8A. But I'm not sure who you spelled that out. Jamie, do you have anything to?
That wasn't in, Jamie Fidel of the NRC, that wasn't in the memo that we sent. It's been a policy proposal that we've been discussing and an issue that we've seen come up where right now under 8A, which is necessary wildlife habitat, the burden is on an opponent to demonstrate that to run through the criteria. And we've been in a situation before where the applicant will provide a minimal amount of information to say that there's not going to be, an impact to the necessary habitat. And there's been an underlying concern that there is necessary wildlife habitat there, but as concerned party, you don't necessarily have access to the property. That access may not be provided, and the burden is on what is termed the opponent to demonstrate that the criteria is not being met, and that sets up an awkward situation. We've discussed that we really feel like if the applicant controls the property and they're aware of the project and they're designing the project, that the burden should be on them to demonstrate that there's not an impact to necessary wildlife habitat. And then somebody else could come in. So you can't just put a minimal amount of information forward and then expect somebody else to come in and demonstrate, especially if they don't even have access to the property. And so we've discussed that. We think that it would be fair to have the initial burden on the applicant, and then an opponent would have to overcome that with evidence to show why they haven't met it.
And as far as burden of proof for the other criteria, they're on the applicant.
Fi- So 5 through 8 are on opponents to the project. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, and 10 are on the applicant.
And actually, 9A there's a provision in there where the burden of proof can be on the opponent too, I think.
Did you say 9A?
Yeah, impact of growth. Yeah.
So just to be clear, that's not what that bullet says. I think this bullet maybe shouldn't be separated out. It's a general comment that applies to strengthening, fixing 9B in appropriate circumstances, changing 8 to include the fragmentation criteria, looking at the other technical criteria. But I don't think this was required that development outside compact areas designed to address impacts on important natural areas, workland. That's kind of a general statement. That's not a specific recommendation.
Right.
What Jamie is talking about is kind of a related recommendation to the other criteria.
Right. And
I was just going to clarify one brief point. Evan Meenan from the Natural Resources Board. Even though Greg is correct that opponents to the project bear the burden under criteria 5 through 8, the applicant still has the initial burden to present enough evidence to enable a commission to make positive findings under those criteria. So an applicant just can't walk in and not present any evidence on those criteria, because commissions still have to make a positive finding, but then if someone opposes it under one of those criteria, the burden shifts to them. I just wanted to clarify that point.
Maybe we could spend the rest of the afternoon about the difference between the burden of production and the burden of persuasion.
No, we won't.
And just to, I can just add to that. I think our Fish and Wildlife Department, who typically testifies under criteria 8, they like this current structure. They feel that they have the expertise in these really evolving issues, and that it's appropriate for them to have the burden of not production, but persuasion to basically make the case why a project doesn't meet the criteria. That the applicant needs to provide the basic information, natural resource assessments, information about the site, but that the career scientists in the department are the ones that should be arguing whether it complies with the criteria. So that has worked for them for the past many decades. So I don't, I could ask them if they would support this change, but I think they feel it works appropriately now.
Okay. How are you, Paul and Chris, or Brian? Chris, if he's still in it. We've been staying away then?
Yes.
Okay.
Staying with how it is written here, or with?
Well, I think what I'm hearing is we don't need this,
Right.
that's sort of been addressed through other conversations, and that the issue of burden of proof is not something that we're gonna take up today.
Right.
Okay?
Well, when you jump back to this one from settlement patterns, there were some thoughts I think you wanted me to bring forward,
Oh,
Paul,
yeah.
from Vermont Planners Association. It's just again on strengthening coordination and tightness between the different levels. And some of I think the way Sharon presented the things in her PowerPoint was some things are short term and some things are longer term. It's just, what's politically viable. But reinstituting.
What page are you on?
I'm on page 8 right now in DPAs. I think I said before, trying to allow only municipal plans that have been reviewed and approved by the Regional Planning Commission to be considered under criterion 10.
Are you under, I can't.
For consideration at the top of the page
Yes,
is page
okay.
8.
Okay.
And then the second one, we lost the Council of Regional Commissions that used to review regional plans, and so the Regional Planning Commissions are kind of under, self-policing a little bit with the HCCD's oversight, but it really helped that process of review to really review and approve regional plans to make sure that they're following consistency. And then the thought that we've seen now with the enhanced the approval of energy plan elements and getting substantial deference in the review process for energy projects, to think about a plan certification process for municipal and regional plans that would get them some more substantial deference. And that may get back to the language that EPA has in there about mapping and looking at existing settlements. But in order to get there, to get it to mean something in Act 250, they would need to move to this some sort of certification and review process to get that additional deference. It's just another idea.
Aaron?
So, I don't understand the substantial deference recommendation because I don't think it actually enhances the status of municipal and regional plans. It lowers it in the activity process. The current standard is conformance, which is actually more than substantial deference. So, because conformance means, as I understand Act 250 and the case law, as long as the town plan provision is specific enough to apply, then you've got to meet it, and if you don't, tough nuts.
Right. And this would mean, I think this would mean that they probably would review criteria.
Tough nuts isn't
10.
work, is a term of art. I'm sorry?
I think that this means that criteria 10 wouldn't be so much on the table if it was a certified town. You'd just defer to the town. plan in the local regulatory process.
I guess I'm not clear on what it means then.
Yeah, and the details aren't worked out, but it's another way of giving towns credit for hard work done in planning.
Okay. I still think that you might actually end up with them actually having less weight with substantial deference than with conformance. So if your goal is more weight, you might be going the other direction. Substantial deference means you defer, but you still have a way to override. Substantial deference isn't total deference, it's so.
So it's not exemption, and I don't know, I just have the language here.
I believe, and I'm not speaking for VP, I believe what they may be asking for, and which we would not agree with, is not just conformance, but substantial deference on other policies that might be in conflict with, for example, state policies. Like, we don't want to protect our deer yard or our agricultural soils because we're decided that we don't need to. And we get deference in that policy. I think that's what they might be looking for beyond just straight conformance with the plan as criterion 10, but seeing substantial deference under other criteria. That's, but I'm not sure about that, but that was my impression.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. I think we've gone through some big things, and my suggestion is that we go to climate change. I
That's a smaller topic.
I don't want to hold back on the big topics. I'm going big. You have 2 more meetings. Finish it off. Climate change. Let's see. I don't know my outline.
On the second page of your document, that's what you're looking for.
I'm looking, yes, I'm looking for where it is.
Second page.
It's also on.
It's on page 1 and
before-
page 2.
Yeah, it's on page 1, but let's stick to,
Oh, certainly is.
yeah, we'll go with criteria for now, though. I was holding off on task group 1. So 2A, page 2, climate change. It's you and me, Paul. How you feeling?
Rugged.
Can we turn the heat on?
Yeah, it's plenty hot. Update criterion 1, undue water and air pollution. At a minimum, this criterion should specifically add greenhouse gas emissions among the items considered in application review, and the revived professional environmental board, which they've already recommended in a previous section, should be required to provide guidance on steps that applicants can take to address the impact of a project on greenhouse gas emissions. Do the planners have?
Figure out climate change?
We're done, yeah.
Okay, yeah, figure that was it.
It's happening.
I don't know. Does everyone agree?
I'm not, well, it's on page 5 of the planners.
Okay.
There's a piece, there's just a couple of elements that, I'm just not hearing or we haven't heard be included. And the administration's proposal, and I think that we all support it, is that there's an A&R-led process to really review and update the criteria. The concern is that we haven't seen real active participation by the Department of Public Health and Emergency Management, and maybe it needs to have words included that make sure that those agencies are included. We have a state adopted state hazard mitigation plan that's great, and this is Act 250 would be a major tool to help implement some of that. The word heat is one that we keep seeing in Vermont planners. I'm not seeing it anywhere else. Where flood is an occurrence, a disaster occurrence that causes huge losses, financial losses and infrastructure losses. Heat is one that's causing mortality. We had 4 deaths, the Department of Public Health says, this summer from heat, and 2 the year before. That's gonna be an ongoing thing. And the same as what we've just gone through with this storm. We've had cellular and electric outages that have been extensive for some parts of the state, and so you have this situation of, think of your elderly female, 20 years older than me, that's out in the middle of nowhere, and for both the extended heat periods and the electrical and no ability to call 911, that you need some other people in the room besides A&R that's there thinking about these things. And there's some great folks at Department of Health and Emergency Management that are involved with that. So all I'm just saying, I just want to point out the word heat, because that could go in under air quality, could just be added on the criterion one. To make sure that we're thinking not just in terms of greenhouse gases. There's a lot you can do with building design and landscaping and just other elements to heat and cool.
Okay, so we're actually, thank you for that. And there was a recommendation, judging by responses to that, there was a recommendation that A&R would take the lead. That might have come from the NRC on facilitating a conversation on the other details related to climate change.
Yes.
You gave some specific recommends that could happen now.
Yes.
And then suggested that.
On the first page, under climate change 1C1. And I think it's consistent with what Peg's saying is, we're not only dealing with mitigation, but adaptation. We've got a new reality. Let's bring the different entities together to understand how we should, what role Act 250 plays, but even beyond that, what role state government plays.
Oh, so you're outside of our scope of work.
Probably, yeah.
Speaking for this again, Peter Walkman, or speaking for somebody who's just led one of these processes to look at the way state looks at chemical management around the state, this is like a 2-year process just to get your hands around where we are now with if we go with the sort of broad purview that Brian just discussed. And a lean-like approach is not going to get us to that answer. And so I would just suggest if we're gonna take that sort of approach, that we be realistic about what the expectations are of what it's gonna take to do that.
We didn't envision it, as you said, outside of your scope. We had some specific shorter term recommendations in the meantime.
We're gonna get to the shorter term ones. Aaron?
Well, I just wanted to put out that I think that there are 2 key things that you could do to the Act 250 criteria without a whole process in terms of broad recommendations and changes. One is to amend criterion 1 to include greenhouse gas emissions specifically, and the other is to add language, at least to require the design and operation of permitted developments to be able to adapt to climate change based on the effects that are projected at the time. So and then how that gets implemented can be done through the program developing what that kind of design looks like. Am I making any sense?
Yeah.
You already have, most of the criteria they're often broadly worded. So you can have a broadly worded criterion about greenhouse gas emissions and about design to withstand and adapt to climate change, the effects of climate change, and then the program can get to what needs to be shown.
Where would that go?
Well, you could amend criterion 1 to include air pollution and climate change and have it all in the same place. And then make water pollution criterion 2. Separate air and water. I just think right now, and then combine the 2 water supply criteria 3 and 4, so there's just 1.
Off the top of your head.
Off the top of my head, that's right.
You haven't been thinking about this for the last 30 years.
Huh?
You haven't been thinking about this for the last 30 years.
So I'm feeling like the first suggestion under climate change on page 2 I support, which is, updating criterion 1 to include greenhouse gas emissions.
Yeah,
Sure.
absolutely.
And then, so that is a very tangible one. Because Aaron just suggested it, I'm intrigued. I'd like to see that recommendation
Yeah.
that you just stated in writing in the next draft of the report, or whenever we get to that. So bullet 2 is update criterion 5, transportation. Updates to this criterion should ensure that it better supports and expands transportation choices rather than simply focusing on single occupancy vehicles. For example, criterion 5A could be updated to explicitly consider the congestion and safety impacts of development on bicycle, pedestrian, and transit infrastructure, in addition to highways, waterways, railways, airports, and airways. This goes beyond the review of connectivity and transportation demand and management. Somewhere else, perhaps planners talks about complete streets and integrating that. They seem to go together in my mind's eye, and they seem to make sense. I mean, right now, the transportation criteria is very focused on single occupancy vehicles and assessing kind of under this conventional car-driven model, which we're trying to reduce.
Right, right.
So I would
Good step.
support that, and then also look to including the complete streets
That makes sense.
under climate
Under
change.
climate change.
May I comment on that, please?
Yeah.
Joe Segali,
Yeah.
Agency of Transportation. You know, a few years ago, criterion 5 was expanded, so there's 5A and 5B, and, you know, I actually thought that was significant progress, and really, we are looking at all modes, and criterion 5 used to be really focused on single occupancy vehicles, to the point that, you know, the only reason you would look at bike, pedestrian, and transit services was to ask the question, are they reducing traffic congestion, right? So it was really not a great way to look at it. And so when 5A and 5B were created, you know, I think 5B does a pretty good job of asking us to look at the proposed development, saying, is it, you know, connecting to other adjacent developments? Does it have facilities in place? And, you know, we've been applying it in that way, and I think in a reasonable way. You know, when we're commenting on transportation, we're not the only ones, obviously, that comment on transportation, but it's created a lot of opportunity. So maybe there's places where the language could be strengthened a little bit, but yeah. So I guess that's, I don't want to leave the impression that it's not happening right now.
Thank you.
Still supporting.
Still supporting.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're not opposed to us
Right,
being
right.
more explicit. Okay, thanks.
Alright.
Oh, yeah.
If I may add to the comment on 5 and 5B, I'm Kate McCarthy with BNRC. 5B's addition a few years ago, as Joe has just mentioned, is positive because bringing transportation demand management and just reducing the amount that we need to drive to begin with into the conversation is very positive. Joe has much more experience than I do with how it actually plays out in the permit review process, so I'm glad to hear that connectivity is a really big focus. I'd still like to learn a little bit more about what opportunities there are to be more explicit about not just the congestion and safety focus for vehicular traffic in 5A. The other thing that has stuck with me, again, not a lot of direct experience with this, but the way that 5B is written, it says, as appropriate, project will integrate transportation demand management strategies considered reasonable by a reasonable person on a certain day of the week. And I'm being facetious, and perhaps that's not fair. I apologize. But I would be interested in knowing whether that is consistently applied or whether the as appropriate piece is exercised.
Well, I think I could respond to that at least a little bit, and I think from the board's perspective, I could echo Kate's concerns. There probably is some room in 5B to make it a little bit more explicit, to give the commissions a little bit more direction, especially given the task at hand. So I would certainly encourage the commission to take a look at ways to take some of the ambiguity out of 5B and provide a little more direction for the commissions.
Can we capture
That's
that
great.
somehow? That'd be great, yeah.
I know, I was just wondering, I think Ellen's on it.
Great.
Good job, Ellen.
Ellen's not retiring.
Just two things that you might want to factor in the mix. 5A currently does say other means of transportation existing or proposed. It's not just vehicles. So I think by not spelling out bicycle, pedestrian, and transit infrastructure, it sort of hasn't been looked at. But I think it could be, what I'm saying is it's not necessarily outside of the scope today.
Right.
And I think you might just be making something more explicit that is already something they can do. I also want to point out that there are factors the district commission is supposed to consider in determining appropriateness under 5B. And whether these strategies are constitute a measure that a reasonable person would take given the type, scale, and transportation impacts of the proposed development or subdivision. And that might not be as prescriptive as some might want, or as clear as some might want, but there is some direction.
And I want to just add that we had a subcommittee that worked on climate change.
Oh, right.
And I'm wondering, it might be worth looking back at what that group came up with, because there was, I think, good work brought to us. More than what's here.
There's a little more from the planners too.
Okay, can you hold on though? I think Warren wants to just say something
I'm
about
just
this.
gonna ask her a question, going back one bullet point on greenhouse gases under criterion 1, for
Yeah.
people that are in the room that put that suggestion forward. I'm just trying to wrap my head around what the breadth and scope of that might be. Does that mean building design? Does that mean that the district commission is gonna look at the type of development and determine whether that's appropriate or not appropriate development, depending on its emission profile, and what, you know, how that's defined to me is very, very unclear. Maybe that's part of the discussion we'll have, but clearly somebody must have some ideas about what are we, you know, what are we talking about when we're evaluating a proposed project and its and greenhouse gases. To me, it seems extremely broad.
Or the location of the development proximate to, you know, how many trip ends it's going to generate, and it could.
I don't have an issue with it. I'm just trying to
Yeah, thank
understand
you.
what
I
that
think
what
that's
that
a great
means.
question. So I heard one answer from Chris.
Chris, what did you say?
Well, I mean, there's lots of things you can look at, and you know, if something is built, it's going to cause emissions. Where it's located, if it's located in a center, presumably it's causing less emissions than something located out in the middle of nowhere where people have to, you know, drive. So
Pedestrian.
there's
Or the pedestrian.
Right.
So there's lots of ways of looking at it. So I think Warren asked the fair questions like, what do you mean by this?
And then is it also being considered for energy, is what you're saying, like energy efficiency?
You know, emissions, it could be, I mean, we could come up with probably a pretty big list of things that are associated with the project that could be tied towards greenhouse gas emissions, whether it's, as Chris is saying, transportation, whether it's how something's constructed, whether it's how something's operated. You know, it's a pretty big subject area, so I'm just wondering if putting that in there, people have thought about it. It sounds like there was a subcommittee, I wasn't involved in that, but is there a direction people are focusing on, or is it as broad as I'm sort of asking about?
Yeah.
Well, I was just going to add that if the commission is looking at emissions, the other avenue is to look at criteria 9F, which deals directly with energy conservation and provides specific standards for developments to abide by with respect to energy conservation. So that may also be an appropriate place to look at changes.
And it may be coming up there already.
Well, and all the criteria, or many of the criteria, have elements that kind of touch on flood, you know, other elements of climate change. And so could you look at the existing criteria, beef them up, and maybe not be, I mean, that's another strategy to kind of crack this.
I think that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And just where is appropriate, and then I think
Right.
Warren's point is being clear about what we intend to be addressing and under which criteria.
Not too broad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I have a question, Joe Sigali from V-Trans. So how much emissions will be acceptable or not acceptable? You know, so a development located out in an isolated area is going to have more trips and longer trips.
And so how does a developer mitigate that? You know, maybe with or even a development that's in a growth center is going to have a certain amount of greenhouse gas emissions. How do you know, what's the threshold that they have to get it under to be acceptable wherever it happens to be?
What's undue, right? We deal with that with water right now, other criteria.
Well, there's, I mean, Chris sort of glossed over it, but fundamentally, the fact that we are developing creates additional greenhouse gas emissions that weren't there before. So if you don't get what the thresholds are correct, then it will be could be a dead stop to all forms of development that fall under Act.
So right now, A&R permits don't consider greenhouse gas emissions because we're under the threshold for, the word eludes me right now, but we are in attainment, thank you. So,
We do review this in the context of Public Utility Commission Section 248 proceedings because that is part of their criteria. Typically that's achieved through a life cycle greenhouse gas analysis and comparing that against alternatives in a baseline. So saying, you know, does this new energy generation or transmission project reduce, increase, or keep greenhouse gas emissions the same over current conditions? So that's what we compare a new project to the baseline of emissions.
And then what kind of decision making do you?
If it's a new generation project, understanding that there are low emitting alternatives available like solar, wind, if it's something that's going to be emitting a lot of greenhouse gas emissions, we would probably oppose that project.
But just based on your
because we know
the
that
values.
you can achieve those energy outcomes through an alternative that's less emitting. But that's really an apples to apples comparison, right? It's purely within the electric sector, and you're saying this type of generation is better than that type of generation. I think in 250, because you've got all sorts of different types of development, that baseline is just harder to nail down. What the alternative you're holding someone against is harder to nail down. So, you know, if you're a mom and pop who want to add on to your, you know, auto repair shop, you know, how are you supposed to conduct this analysis? I think that's what Warren's kind of getting at. Like, what are people even talking about when they're talking about greenhouse gas emissions?
Right. And how do you determine baseline? Really you, when you're doing that, you said you compare the PUC process.
We look at, there's what's known, you can look at the regional emission profile for Iceland and New England, and then there's Vermont owns emission profile, which is what all the state utilities have contracted for. And you can actually, based on that, tease out the generation type and have a pretty good sense of what the emissions profile is on an annual basis.
And we know it's still too much.
Correct.
There were other comments about that. Yeah, Brian?
I was just going to say, to Peter's point, you know, our goal in putting this recommendation forward wasn't to say, you know, everything's net zero, we're shutting down the state. But the goal was we do have emissions associated with transportation and access, with thermal heating, and with electricity and operations, and what steps are taken to minimize or avoid emissions or to offset them. I think we thought for all of those issues should be reasonable questions.
Can I ask a question? Why would net zero shut down the state?
It wouldn't
just have to
actually.
offset?
I probably misspoke. Maybe net zero is a legitimate goal for new development.
Okay, thanks. You answered the question.
Okay, commissioners. Oh, Peg, do you want to talk about this one now? I don't want to move into others.
For climate, yeah.
But this, I want to kind of, okay.
Oh, the net zero question?
Well, or this, are we in agreement that we still want to try to try this one on through a recommendation?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So acknowledging that it's maybe not as
Right.
clear as we want it to be right
Right.
now. Okay.
Or even where we're gonna put it in the report.
Yeah. Okay, Peg.
Just under climate change in general, yes, the climate committee did have specific thoughts on the range of criteria, and the planners also were talking about really reviewing and updating criterion 1 through 4. 4 because of soil erosion and steep slopes. It has so much to do with flooding. There's just better language that could be put in there that would prompt the thoughts in terms of the engineers and developers putting together the development proposals. And the same reason for wanting to add the word heat under criterion 1, just again to try to get the engineers, architects, and developers just to call it to mind. Otherwise, it's hard to know what the standards would be and what would, constitute denial. It's more just to have it considered in the design. And then, so let's see, the other thing about what the planners were talking about is, again, referencing the other planning processes, the town climate action, energy plans, and hazard mitigation plans, the regional, the state hazard mitigation plan, state energy plan. Just Act 250 has that ability to be the umbrella to reference and add import to those efforts, and bring it into the review.
Okay, so are you on page 7 of your document right now?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, in the middle of the page, update the criterion as needed to address emerging issues. A number of those touch on climate change. That's what you were just going over. Related to that, or into climate change also, was update criterion 8 as mentioned to better maintain the integrity of forests since forests play such an important role in storing and sequestering carbon. So I think, would you want to speak to that, Brian?
No, I guess I would just say that you, in taking our recommendations, broke out the individual ones which comments were like that. We're just reinforcing other
Yeah.
things that you've already discussed.
Okay, although I think that we haven't really discussed it.
We haven't
And
discussed.
so I think this one actually, I mean, I don't know how it would happen, but I do think recognizing you can create a development that cuts down all the trees and or you can encourage the maintenance of it through clustering and, considering the importance of that forest regardless of, as part of the review of the project. So I don't know if there's an appropriate place for that to be included in a criteria, but.
That would probably be under the air emission, because that's a form of a carbon emissions, either sequestration.
Yeah.
So it would probably be under the air criteria.
I would like to see something in there about the importance of forest integrity in sequestering carbon.
Soil integrity as well.
Yeah.
Regenerative soils.
In terms of, if you were having an emissions criterion, sequestration would be a way, as I see it, a way to offset the emission. Is that what you're?
Yes, yeah, I mean, that's what I'm thinking.
Well, offset would be
Well, actually,
ideal,
yeah.
but also I think minimize. If you can
Minimize the emission.
minimize the loss of the ability of the forest to sequester is what I'm trying to get at. So if you're creating a development in a forested area and you choose to cut down every single tree, or if you do a site design that somehow minimizes the impact on the existing forest. That's where I was going, but you're right, there could also be one on mitigation of emissions. So they're two different things.
No.
I'm a little lost, but that's okay.
We need you to be found. 9F, revised criterion 9F from energy conservation to energy efficiency and conservation. To build on the success of Act 250, Act 250 has historically had, ensuring that projects are energy efficient and conserve energy while taking into account the programs Vermont has implemented to address these issues since the act was enacted. Revised 9F, just to include efficiency and conservation.
Brian, would you say something a little bit about the?
Yeah, and I probably don't have a lot to say about it, other than to make the point that historically, and this kind of predates Efficiency Vermont and some of our other energy programs in the state. Act 250 was really, really valuable in pushing efficiency. When the Public Service Department took a very active role in the review processes, especially with all development. This is a small change, but focusing it, right now it's an energy efficiency category, including it to efficiency and conservation maybe is a symbolic change. I'm not sure what other change is really needed there other than more active involvement of the Public Service Department in the review process.
At least as someone who's done Act 250 and energy work, when I read it, hear the words energy conservation, I include energy efficiency as well as more. The energy conservation includes the more efficient use
as well
of an
as
energy consuming appliance or equipment, as well as turning the heat down.
Right.
But energy efficiency doesn't necessarily include turning the heat down.
But efficiency would be LED light bulbs. Conservation would be the timers on the light switch. The lights automatically go off when you leave your.
That's another distinction. So I think it has been, efficiency has been considered as an energy conservation criterion. What the energy conservation criterion today is what's happening is that you have residential and commercial building energy standards, and it's my understanding basically, at least with the residential, if you meet them, you meet 9F. And so I don't know if what's buried in here is something that where people want something more than just meeting the floor energy standards, or whether it's just changing the title.
Brian, do you want to respond to that? I mean,
probably yes, we want more, but we don't know what it is.
I think that is the point, that when it was more broad and it was in case by case, then you had some innovative and novel things pushed by actually the Public Service Department that were wonderful. And now you just meet these adopted standards and have the professionals that you hire as a developer signing off that it meets the standards, and that's it. And so you're not maybe seeing the innovations come forward.
You did ask the Department of Public Service, for the purposes of Act 250, to adopt so-called stretch code for the energy standards, which is actually, I believe, a higher level of efficiency than the default energy standards. But if you meet that, I think you get your positive finding under 9F.
Yeah, no, that's correct, but I think that maybe this is an appropriate place to just let the commission know that there is sort of a slight inconsistency in Title 30, which is incorporated in 9F. And so 9F refers an applicant to 30 VSA 51 for residential projects and 30 VSA 53 for commercial projects. 51 explicitly authorizes the Public Service Department to create stretch codes for residential projects. There's not an express authorization under 53 for commercial projects. And so that's created a little bit of a difficult time for the Natural Resources Board in creating stretch codes for commercial projects. So, which I think is a good idea, and I think the board thinks is always a good idea. But that might be something that the commission might want to address. It's outside of Act 250, of course, but it could be a relatively minor fix.
Well, we should put that in our recommendations to address that. I think you got that. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the other revision piece of 9F, I mean, I'm fine with putting it in, and then we'll wait for Brian Shoup to get back to us on clarifying what his actual request is or keeping it out.
Great, okay. Peg?
It's just that 9F seems like an opportunity to address climate adaptation, in terms of the most frequent, like floods are the most devastating financially, but the extended power outage thing is the most frequent disaster that we will be experiencing, and more often and more intensely. And so that would be an area where you could have language about climate adaptation added there, so that the designers again would be thinking about you know, not having seniors on multi-story building only accessible by elevator or whatever, they'll just start thinking about the design of things more.
I support that.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
we support that, so.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I think we've done those, and then I think climate change, so, let's see, does it come up again under jurisdiction? Or, yeah. I don't think it does.
I don't see it.
So now we need, what's our next priority?
You want me to just?
I want to stop. Yeah, is there something you want to get to?
No.
Like ridgeline or? Okay. Then I guess we're gonna start from the beginning of the document.
Okay.
And go to, task group 1. We did climate change, let's make sure we're. So the charge of this is to see if the original statutory language is still appropriate and whether it needs changing to address some of the things we're looking at, and whether or not Act 250 has met the goals of the original findings and capability and development plan. We've heard from a number of advisors that they don't think it has. And we've talked some about,
How to make those changes.
well, and also how much of those very lofty goals were actually under the jurisdiction of Act 250, and we've talked some about that today as well, which is changing jurisdictional triggers, but let's just start at the top under 1C, possible revisions. Reestablish state land use and development policy as the framework for coordinated comprehensive planning in Act 250 review. That's just a little one that the Planners Association put out there, so. Do you want to fill us in on that one, Peg? Are you ready to do, did you know you were gonna be in the hot seat today?
Well, I found out last yesterday. I'm trying to catch up with you, state land use, yeah, so we have all those recommendations in there about bringing back, you know, whatever's politically feasible. We had a state planning office that was turned into a, policy coordination, what was it called, policy coordination?
Before my time.
Len Wilson had to do it in front of the House Appropriations Committee when they said, what else are you gonna call this beside a state planning officer, you're gonna lose your appropriation. And so it's policy research and coordination, for a number of years, and now we have nothing like that. So there are been, I think we referenced the report Planning by Design in the back that had some great ideas, that was coordinated by the law school a few years back.
In the back of your document.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm drifting on you, but we were really talking about reinstituting something at the state level that coordinates state agency planning and pulling things together. Bringing back the development cabinet could be a really simple, easy thing, early thing.
Yeah.
But eventually, we do need to, in the state, have some means of doing planning at the state level.
Right.
That meets common goals.
That threads it all together.
Yeah.
Right.
I think the Planning by Design one had admitted that it probably needed to be out of the agency of administration or associated with the budget process because it tends to be lost and gotten rid of by either governors or the legislature at different times.
Chris?
I think wherever this function is, it'll face challenges, so.
Can you say a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I think when budgets are tight, it's hard to justify, or it's hard for us to justify investments in planning. and it doesn't matter on the administration. So I think it's a concern I have.
Yeah, but what are the benefits of it? And I mean, planning in and of itself actually saves us money. So
Absolutely.
I think that in this frame, we need to recommend what's the best thing to do. What is the right thing for Vermont to do?
Right.
And hold on to that.
And the legislature has its opportunity to weigh in,
Yeah.
but I agree.
Peter, do you want to speak to this a little bit? I guess I would like to understand even what reestablishing the state land use and development policy as the framework for coordinated comprehensive planning, why is that not happening now? Explain to us, like, I mean, it seems to me we have a lot of planning law. So what's the missing link? Or how do we beef it up? Maybe they're in the next bullets down. Yeah.
Peter Gregory, Two Rivers, but some of my comments here are my own as a professional planner. It's hard to get a consensus among all my regional planning commission colleagues. But I would say that Peg's issue is not probably the most important under this umbrella. I think you've heard a lot of testimony on how important the foundation of planning is generally, and where that has been weak, it has complicated Act 250's ability to do its job. They are complementary functions, and I think we as a state have come as far as we can with a pretty voluntary system of planning. You know, do this and we'll give you that, do this and we'll give you this. This is contrary to kind of the political culture of New England, but I think I'd suggest that there are a number of small things that you can do, some of which you've heard from other people, including the regional plan review by an independent body with some strict accountability and requirements that identified weaknesses are corrected. That doesn't happen right now. I would make regional planning commission review of municipal plans required, not optional. I'd make local planning required, not optional. I'd make local planning, its adherence to the goals required, not optional. By law, towns' zoning is supposed to be consistent with their plans. We've got dozens of communities with zoning that does not match their planning. Much of the planning to get approved suggests compact settlement, but then you look at their zoning and they've got strip development allowed, down the highways. So there's no enforcement mechanism or review body, and I don't think the regional planning commissions are the right entity to do that. I think state government. They would run for the hills, but I think that's the appropriate level for that kind of review. So that you can then tie in the implementing bylaws with the plans. So I think that's a missing piece.
Well, I mean, if I could, we did you guys volunteered to do a review of your regional plans
Right.
for consistency.
Right.
And the state was involved, and there was an outside consultant, and I think that was valuable, but it wasn't popular either. So,
No, it wasn't popular, but that was my idea too. I don't care. I have someone start my car these days, but I think that there's a next level of quality of regional planning that has to occur, and having an outside entity make that review rather than just a consultant that's being paid by all of us, I think is important.
Are there other states in New England, you mentioned this isn't so popular in New England, but are there other New England states who are more lined up with these things you've just outlined?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
You'd have to go as far as Oregon before you get close to it.
Yeah. It used to be in New England many, many years ago.
The council.
Yeah. But I'd also, modernize the planning section of Chapter 117. That's been mentioned a few times. I think that's high time that happens. And then I know it's going to sound self-serving, and I wish someone else would bring it up, but I think the state needs to invest more in planning. It's like Chris said, it's the first thing that gets hacked when budgets are tight. But that, again, is the foundation for the proper workings of Act 250 and a lot of the other state regulatory processes.
Peter, as you're speaking, if I may just interrupt, so these these are your suggestions and recommendations. Are they also connected with what Peg is saying? So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think they build on, and they're a little more specific and more
Just didn't wanna
top-down.
lose them.
No, they're a little more top-down than I think you've heard. But since 2001, the municipal planning grant pot has been underfunded by $9.5 million. Regional planning commissions have been underfunded by the statutory formula by 22 million. Imagine with the accountability mechanisms that I've talked about, if they were in place with the investment, how far we could go to getting better plans for use in Act 250. Because I think we have a lot of the tools already there on the planning side to do compact settlement and to regulate where things go.
Yeah.
It's just not happening.
Right. Kate?
I'd just like to underscore, Kate McCarthy, BNRC. I'd just like to underscore the point that Peter has made. At the end of BNRC's memo, which was presented by Brian on November 8th, we do have kind of an other considerations section that acknowledges just what Peter just said. For Act 250 to work well and be predictable, consistent, and get us what we want, we do need to align these municipal and regional planning processes. They need to be aligned with state goals, and state agency coordination of plans matters as well. We didn't say it explicitly in our memo, but the funding to go along with that needs to happen in a sustained way that is that formula.
Right.
Okay, just history, the Council Regional Commission was the entity that was created to review state agency plans and regional plans. It was constituted by a representative from each of the regional planning commissions, and then 3 or 4 appointments by the governor that would be representatives like the Agency of Natural Resources and Agency of Transportation. And they only had a budget of $50,000 a year. They did an amazing job. You gained legislators, amazing legislators out of that process, because somebody who was a lay citizen on a regional planning commission would be appointed to this, would become familiar with all of these, you know, the whole picture of the state, and they'd become somebody in the legislature. It was only a $50,000 budget for the staff person, the lawyer who staffed that, and that was cut during the Deed administration. So just a tiny budget, and it had a very important role, but there wasn't enough interest by the legislature and the governor to keep it. So how do we keep that, something like that? It was a good structure. It was a good process.
Great. Okay, let's keep thinking about planning, take a 5-minute break, and come back at 2:30.
Shot now. Probably shot at everybody.
All those layers on.
I did hope earlier because we were wondering if you were.
Where you headed?
Do you want to stand outside?
So much for the 5-minute break.
I kind of did. He was running the crane, you know, before.
Where are we?
Oh, no, that's not mine.
There's 7 of them out today so far.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, on the
Probably yours just
record.
by the shoe numbers.
You don't want people to hear what you're saying.
Or maybe you do.
Where? So Aaron, I'm going to ask you where we're talking about the importance of planning and putting in recommendations around it. Maybe it's obvious. Is this the right place for this to happen?
I don't know.
We're in
I
one.
really thought it through.
We're kind of in 1C. Task group 1. Possible revisions.
Well, I think you could possibly fit it in here if where you're going is that the limitation on one of the charges is successful or unsuccessful in meeting the goals, and if what you're saying is a limitation on activity success in meeting the goals has been lack of issues of planning and coordination, then you could jump off from there. That's how you want to do it. There might be there's also later, there's a whole interface of Act 250 with other processes. That also might be an appropriate place, but it depends on how you want to approach it.
Right, so the choices are, is it one of the challenges in meeting the goals of the original intent capability and development plan is the lack of support for planning. Yes.
That's very good.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if I need to say that.
No, I think that's it.
Yeah, I think that's what we're agreeing to right now. And
Also, it talks about whether changes should be made to the capability development plan. And as part of that discussion, you could also look at the recommendations of linking to other goals, such as, the goals of Chapter 117 and Title 24 on smart growth principles. There's, some of the other recommendations that you listed there. There's probably a way to weave some of these in terms of requiring certain things. The last two bullets the last bullet probably goes with criteria 10 in the criteria section. So next to last bullet, I'm not sure that's actually, I suppose it might work with all of the other issues. I don't know how many of these you actually want to weave in.
well, I'm seeing a lot of agreement
Yeah.
that we would like to weave them in.
Okay.
And try that on, and then if you can put them where you think, I like them here, and then if you think some belong in how it relates to other processes, then go for that. So, 1C1, climate change. Exactly how Act 250 can be updated to help Vermont mitigate pollution and this is where the lean effort, the NRC, and
I would agree with the climate change discussion in terms of what Act 250 could be updated to do with 2A. In other words, have it
all in one place.
all in one place.
I'm not sure why it's under this section now.
There was the possibility of, should there be updates to the capability and development plan to address climate change? In other words, you had this list of findings from 1973.
Yeah.
Climate change wasn't on people's mind, it's not there.
Right.
And so I think that's why it showed up here in one of the outlines.
And I think we do want it there.
Yes.
We want to add something in there for,
Putting it under 2A.
well, the actual, I think the recommendation would go under 2A, but as far as a finding, I would think we'd want to add a finding on climate change.
So in other words, this would be recommending an amendment to the 73 findings to add something on climate change.
Correct.
Or, that's one way to do it. Another way to do it is just to add a finding, to make a finding and a new finding about climate change. I guess if you're looking at incorporating goals of 4302, smart planning principles, you could have basically, where am I getting going? You may be talking about adding a section at the beginning of Act 250 that refers to these goals, and maybe it could also have a goal about climate change. I'm not being clear, I can see that.
No,
So,
I'm confused, but I just think that we should have, so there are the goals. I would like to, in the findings, the 19 findings, maybe that's why there's only 19, there should be 20.
Okay. Got it. Write it up that way.
put it in there, and then it will appear in other sections, the actual substantive action steps would be in those sections that you've talked about. Now, what I wanna just review, because we talked about this lean process, we heard from Peter, who unfortunately left, about, just some thoughts on it and a process he's been involved in. I guess I wanna, do we wanna recommend that an A&R effort be led to look at other places climate change could be addressed?
I mean, we wanna have it looked at, and A&R should be, but I wonder if it should be done in conjunction with other, transportation's a big part of, climate change in the state. Ag, should we direct all three of them to work together in some way? I'm not sure if it should all be on the Agency of Agency of Natural Resources. I think breaking down the silos a little bit, especially around transportation issues, might make sense. So that's just one thing I'm thinking of.
Emergency management and Department of Health.
Yeah, Department.
So, I'm hearing that we're thinking that's a good idea.
Yes.
To
Yeah.
have
Yes.
this group convene, so, and that, what I'm also hearing would go under 2A, would go wait a minute. Yeah, issues on criteria, recommendation under climate change, that's what you said, Aaron, right?
That's my suggestion.
Yeah, so let's do that.
So,
Try that one on.
but just to be clear, what I'm thinking is there will be some language about amending the criteria, some specific possible language about amending the criteria relative to greenhouse gas emissions and adaptation to climate change, plus a recommendation for this further effort.
Yes. And the change to the findings.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, so, I don't think we've gone through though, maybe did I? Just sort of skipped around, sorry. State land use development policy framework, planning we've covered, I think. But here's one, update, this one's gonna come back to us. Update capability and development plan maps to identify state interests and use them in coordinated project review. How do you see that as different from, well, that's VNRC's recommendation, but I think BPA had it also. And is it different from, how does it relate to, or is it the same as critical resources, state interest? Same thing? Okay.
Is that enough information?
Is that enough information? Do we agree we want to make that recommendation?
Yes.
Sure.
And I think the last two bullets here are planning ones that we've agreed with also. Okay, moving along, ecosystem protection, current issues. Oh no, sorry, 2, issues on criteria. The bottom of page 1, update Act 250 criteria for clarity, internal consistency, conformance with current state land use development policies, and current state rules. I left.
You figure.
Sure.
Well, a lot of this has been said already.
I know it's been said already, so I was gonna say, it fits under the planning things that I think we've discovered. All right. I think the next bullet, we also already talked about, placing the burden of proof on the applicant, and I think we agreed we weren't ready to do that.
And I just have to, this is Billy Pastor, I spoke earlier and suggested that A&R is comfortable with the current burden shift. And that is still the case, and I confirm that with Fish and Wildlife. But I should point out that we receive unique deference from Act 250 District Commission, so I think we're comfortable with that burden, and we are heard by the commissions. It may be that other parties do not feel that they have the same voice in that context, so if VNRC and others, feel differently, I would understand why.
Thank you. But,
Not trying to change your decision, just wanted
Yeah.
to clarify my statement earlier.
Jamie?
I would just say that I wanted to agree with Evan before what he said. There's a burden of production, which is that you put enough evidence to show that you meet an initial burden on particular criteria. And then there's the burden of persuasion, which is more of have you persuaded the decision maker that based on that evidence that you should prevail. And it's true that as an applicant, you have to at least put in an initial amount of information just to say that you can clear the criteria. What we're suggesting is that when it comes to then ultimately persuading the decision maker, that the applicant should continue to follow through on that, on this particular criteria. And then a party would need to come in and counter that with additional evidence. The example I gave before, just to put it into a little more context, I won't name the development, but it was a situation where there was a historical record of a western chorus frog. This was a large commercial development. And we raised concerns that that habitat may still be present. The applicant said they checked in with the non-game and natural heritage database. There weren't, known records at this point in time, and that was it. And we said, but we think there was historical. Can we go onto the property and see with Jim Andrews, who's one of the state's experts on amphibians, if the habitat's there? And we were told we couldn't by the applicant. We, as a project opponent, is what we're called, raising a concern, we have then the burden of persuasion to show that there would be essentially that subdivision or development will destroy or significantly imperil the necessarily wildlife habitat. That's a very logistically awkward position for us to be in, to have to prove that. And so I agree with Billy that the agency has a certain level of deference and comes into a proceeding in a bit of a different light, because they're seen as an expert and they have agency deference. And so I would think that they would continue to play the same role, even if the burden of production and persuasion was on the applicant. The agency would still come in, they may register concerns, and the commission would listen to them. But it is a little bit different for another party that may not have that level of deference or even a certain level of access to discussions and information with the applicant. I understand that this is one you may need to chew on this one, and I would just suggest that perhaps we could talk with the agency or others that are interested in this issue to see if there's any agreement on a better way to proceed under this, or whether we continue with this structure. But I know it's been an issue for us and potentially other parties in the past that have concerns.
So as it stands now, is it the applicant that has to prove a negative, in fact, that it won't have an impact, an adverse impact? Is that correct?
No, the applicant just has to put in an initial enough information out of the gate, and it may be that they put in very little information and just wait for then somebody else who really has the burden of persuasion to show why they're wrong. We've seen that in certain cases where it's just not a lot of information that's put in to the record. But it's so they just have to show initially, they have to put in enough information to clear that burden of production.
If you would like to.
Okay, so what's our, it seems like a placeholder in here is what I'm hearing would be helpful.
Yeah.
Even just a sentence or two to remind us.
To go back, I think Jamie has a good point.
Yeah. And, you're really just saying 8A, not the other 5 through 8 or whatever Greg reminded us were.
Just 8A, necessary wildlife habitat or endangered species.
The 8 also covers scenic and natural beauty, aesthetics, historic sites, rare and irreplaceable natural areas. So I understand that the VNRC isn't saying change the burden on those, just 8A.
So if we add forests to 8 and habitat connectivity, where would the burden of proof lie with that?
In H233, there was language that specifically put that burden of proof on the applicant.
Okay.
Because of the way the provision that Ray read earlier is written. My understanding was that the sponsors of that bill wanted the burden on that.
And I would just add, in that sense, to have a completely new concept added to Act 250, it seems like it might be difficult for applicants, even well-intentioned ones, to shoulder that burden. And I think that is probably a case where it makes sense having it rest on other parties like the agency, just to consider. Because I don't know, if you're an applicant, you might not even know how to convince the commission that you haven't had an undue adverse impact on forest integrity. There's not a lot of case law. It's a new concept. So I think we are comfortable maintaining that burden in that instance.
Come back to
You're back to what?
should we come back to this?
Oh.
Placeholder and.
I just want to point out that, and it's a complicated issue because we're dealing with two different burdens and burden shifting. But as a general matter, and I think I've heard enough people in the room say this already today, but I want to make sure that we all are on the same page. As an initial matter, the applicant is required to produce enough information that there's no undue harm with respect to all the criteria.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's just a matter of the burden shifting to prove an undue adverse effect.
When you say shifting though, I mean, it's proving undue adverse is the criteria.
Yeah, that's right.
So when you say shifting, that's.
So under certain criteria, the burden is on the opponents to show that they have evidence to disprove that there is no undue burden.
After the applicant has
Right.
shown.
That's correct.
Aaron.
We may not be wholly on the same page, because my understanding of the case law is that the Supreme Court interpreted this to mean the burden of persuasion. And which means that there's going to be burden shifting anyway in any trial-like process. The applicant comes in with, look, here's my enough evidence to show it's not going to significantly imperil wildlife habitat. And then the burden of persuasion will be on the opponent to say yes, it will, and they may need to also come up and produce evidence to meet that, because if they don't have any evidence, their position may not be persuasive. But it's ultimately the question of who has what they call the risk of non-persuasion. In other words, if the commission looks at the evidence and says, we're not persuaded, who wins? In this case, the applicant wins.
But when
Some other criteria, the applicant loses.
Yeah, but it's sort of semantics, right? Like if you were persuasive, you're going to win by definition of persuasive, right?
It's really dealing with, it really comes most into play in close cases, but it also, I can understand that it may make, that if you can't get on somebody's property, you may not be able to.
How could you? Yes, yeah, I get that. Evan.
So just maybe this helps look at it. If I'm opposing a project under criteria 8 right now, and I have the burden, I actually have to produce evidence to persuade the commission that there will be an undue adverse impact. If it were switched and the applicant retained the burden, then as an opponent to the project, I wouldn't have to do that, and instead, I could just try and convince the commission that the evidence presented by the applicant was insufficient to be persuasive. So it's the difference between having to point out flaws in evidence, potentially, as opposed to presenting evidence myself that is sufficiently persuasive. That's one real concrete way in which things would change.
That's helpful, actually.
Yeah, that's
Very helpful.
Yeah. That's what I want to do.
So what do you want to do? I want to compliment Evan. And then still keep her as a placeholder.
Yeah, okay. We're going to hold that one.
Still placeholder.
definitions and criteria related to resources such as rivers, streams, headwaters, floodways that were created 50 years ago may not reflect the current state of science. A&R should be required to evaluate these criteria and make recommendations to the legislature regarding changes that should be made as part of modernizing Act 250, which A&R to some extent has done, I think.
I think we focused on the criteria where we saw the most significant gaps or discrepancies. We didn't do a whole-scale analysis of each criteria. I think in part because we heard pretty early in this process from Senator McCormick and others that there was a real hesitance to open up the criteria. So we didn't go through and say, hey, how can we make every one of these as precise as they could be? We're happy to do that, but we haven't done that exercise.
Remind me of Senator McCormick's concern.
My sense was that the criteria have been the criteria for a long time. There's a certain sacredness to them, and once you start to open a monkey about with them, there's real risk.
Okay.
But I think we would be happy to engage with others in this if folks are interested.
But there are proposed changes that you've sent along around these.
Floodways and forest integrity. So the two areas that we saw the most gaps under the current criteria, or that needed the most attention.
Right. And Aaron, have you noodled on this?
No.
Okay, I thought that was part of what you were saying when you were talking about your dream to consolidate or change the criteria. No, that's not part of it. You said, we'll have ARB 1 and water B 2. And
Yeah, but that doesn't get into the definitions of what a floodway should be or what a headwater should be.
I see.
No, I was just reorganizing the first few criteria a little bit so that air and water would be separate. And then air could address climate change.
How about Ridgeline? At this point, is the technical definition. It's not documented.
Is that a trick question? I know.
Ellen, is there a definition?
There is not a definition. Ellen Jankowski,
Right.
Office of Legislative Counsel. In the draft, I looked high and low for a definition and didn't find one, so I took a stab at it.
Oh, in the draft report?
In the draft report.
Oh, right.
Yes, so we did have a ridgeline section already started.
If you go to page 35, you kind of created a definition for the purpose of a discussion based on dictionary definitions. But it's not a legal term of art.
We could make it one. If we wanted to agree to this.
If you can always add a definition of ridgeline. I wouldn't add a definition to a statute unless I was going to use a definition in some operative provision.
Right.
So I guess that's what I was wondering, Paul, about your question. Did you want to talk about ridgelines now? We can. Because
Well, I'm looking now at the definition. I think the ridgelines come into play in terms of, whether or not you want to give that definition as a public resource that should be afforded active protection. And I think that comes more into play with fragmentation and the siting of renewable energy projects on ridgelines. And that seems to be a very big concept to take up at this hour. I don't know, I'm just looking in terms of where you're gonna add you know, in terms of looking at.
Page 5 of, there have actually been no recommendations that I've run across on Ridgeline yet. Page 5, but there's been a conversation, I've heard or, I don't know, talked with folks, right now, anything above 2,500 feet triggers Act 250, unless it's under the PUC, 48. So the options on the table would be, we could have a recommendation or proposal to remove, to make them, I mean, we did have a good conversation about the changed energy landscape at one point, and distributed energy versus the old school single plants, and the conversation in this room would be about whether we think renewable energy should be considered development and reviewed under Act 250, or remain at the PUC as an energy project.
Well, I would prefer the former definition, or more comprehensive.
You'd like to see them come into Act 250?
Yes.
Aaron?
I was wondering why you would single out renewable energy.
Well, and I said distributed, but I mean,
Why single out distributed?
well, I think that's what's changed, and that's why we're talking about it. I think the original intention of 248 was to deal with, you know, large installations of power plants.
What I'm getting at is I would think very carefully about having different types of electric generation or energy under different permitting processes. In this sense, if you keep fossil fuels under the PUC and put non-fossil fuels under Act 250, you may be creating incentives that favor one or the other. I'm not saying, I'm just thinking that you should think carefully about how you slice it.
Greg?
Just one clarification, and Aaron might have something to add to this. As I recall, there used to be a rule in Act 250, or rules, that cover the definition of, that covered what was exempt or required for Act 250 review above 2,500 feet. That rule no longer exists, and it's only a statutory definition at this point, which excludes or requires any development, commercial development above 2,500 feet to go through Act 250 review. It doesn't single out, though, as I recall, municipal or state development. So those types of developments, if it's a municipal or state development, I think would be exempt from 250 above 2,500 feet. There used to be rules that would require that type of development to go through 250.
And you said commercial, what about residential?
Residential and commercial, but not municipal and state.
Yeah, the statute says commercial, industrial, or residential use.
Yes.
It does not say state, county,
Or municipal, which also includes certain trails.
What do you mean trails?
I'm sorry?
Trails?
Some trails.
Some trails.
Yeah. The trails that have the added benefit of being considered a municipal purpose or state purpose.
So I think that we will put in there under, I'm sorry I skipped ahead, but we got into ridgelines to 3B2 on page 5. Ridgelines, ability to protect, so we can have the conversation about it. Aaron cautions, I mean, I think what if we use the term distributed energy projects?
We still run into the same problem, right? Because you're separating.
You have to define, I mean, I guess I'm suggesting that siting review for electric generation should be
Together. Yeah, not separated.
And unless you're going to make it resource-based and say, well, if it's on a ridge line, whatever kind of generation it is, then it's under Act 250. Now that in effect is most likely to be wind as a practical matter.
Right.
But on its face, it would have to be resource neutral. So if you were to decide to build a nuclear plant on Catamount, you'd come under Act 50.
Laugh it up, it could happen.
I'm not, I guess it's, you're looking at it as distributed generation and therefore the generation's popping up in more places.
Yeah, it's development, that's how I'm looking at it. It's really become development, it hasn't, and not to judge it, but that's what it's become, and I'm not sure, I think that's why I would wanna have the conversation about the role of Act 250. Yeah, Jerry?
So here's another thought. Climate change is a big issue. And the way I look at industrial wind is they want a resource, which is the ridgeline. They want to put essentially a roadway on the top of the mountains, which creates, I think, exacerbates flooding because it affects wetlands, streams. It allows water to stream down off the mountain. And I think if you look into this, the placement of hard surfaces on the top of sensitive areas like mountaintops. And if you go back to the decisions of the PUC, you'll see that many wetlands, streams were altered or eliminated for these large wind projects. They hardly get into the climate change issue except in the positive sense, that it's energy, it's renewable energy. What they don't see is that it can affect small villages and towns at the base, especially in southern Vermont, where they have, where the watershed contains these small villages and they receive the added water coming down from the mountains, just sheeting off the mountains. I think that's a big issue, and that distinguishes large wind on mountaintops from all other sources of power. I don't think there's anything else like it, unless you were to hypothecate a nuclear plant on the top of the mountain or something like that. But nothing else goes up there, especially if you define a ridge line as the very top of the mountain ridge. So I think you can distinguish this. And I think it is a natural resource, and it is an environmental issue, and it is a climate change issue, in a negative, not just a positive.
What were you recommending under the definition? Putting in with it?
Well, I guess I was saying we should put in a definition. I didn't say that, but I think if we were gonna have a section, if we're gonna put it in here, and then, I'm not sure, because we just heard from Jerry, it's very compelling, and, the issues come up mostly around wind and ridge lines. But when you think about the impacts of all of the, the development impacts of all of these distributed energy facilities, they have become more like development.
The only reason to have it under one form like a PUC is because of the electric grid.
Right.
And the interconnection transmission requirements that no one is allowed really to comment on except the department and the utility.
Well,
and-
what do you mean, no one? I mean, tell me.
Well, a group or a village or a
Right.
town, they can't come in and say, well, it doesn't have the transmission capability, even if they
Oh.
bring in an engineer to assert that. They usually don't get standing. The only ones with standing the PUC has held is the department and the utility, and the applicant. And so I think it's fair. I mean, if you wanted to create this kind of review because it's a highly sensitive area, is for the department and the utility to have standing to come in and to present a position on transmission interconnection capability. That's a major issue here.
So you're saying if the review happened under Act 250, but the energy part of it would require the PUC to weigh in on it, obviously?
Well, the PUC could, yeah, I suppose you could have the PUC decide it, and there could be a separate issue on transmission, or it could be evaluated separately in some other way through the Act 250, as long as there was evidence on it.
Aaron?
I think that there's a lot of different points floating around here. If your goal is protecting ridge lines, then saying that 250 applies to energy projects on ridge lines is a way to go, or you could say at an elevation above X feet, which would generally be wind. But if what you're saying is a statewide, you're going to have distributed energy under Act 250 and centralized energy at the PUC, I think you could be favoring or disfavoring one or the other, and it could end up not being aligned with climate change goals.
Yeah, I heard that.
And so far as the idea of having it in one place, I'm not trying to suggest that it should all stay at the PUC, but I'm just putting out the concern that, I guess I'm kind of repeating myself, that you might be, if you end up advantaging fossil fuels,
Right.
you've just adopted climate change goals, and then it might be running contrary.
I'm also just thinking of our, the energy bill we passed last year around the towns being involved more in siting. I just want to lose sight of that in this conversation.
Lose sight of it.
I would just like to say, we're coming, right now we're at a stage now we're using renewable energy sources to create electricity, which is a very recent development, a recent phenomenon in terms of how electricity was generated before. And, that's a real issue here as far as I'm concerned. It's not just wind. You might want to put solar panels, an array of solar panels on a ridgeline or away from the traveling public or something like that. And so I think, it is a branding issue. It's a very, I don't think the PUC is really taking it into effect.
I realized that there were a couple other points that I wanted to make. In terms of the transmission issue, they would still have to get any interconnection permissions from the PUC under the commission's rules.
Right.
So I think that could be still left there. Also, by the way, I've written bills for people under which merchant generation went to Act 250 and utility generation went to the PUC. The rationale being the PUC is the utility regulator. You want to make sure utilities aren't doing things that they don't need to do, and spending their money on it, and then everything else. There's many ways to look at this.
Right, which we got into the day we talked about it, which was in this room.
We should wait till the other three are back.
Well, but I think what I would like to do is, yes, we will wait, but I would like something in there for us to all talk about.
Placeholder.
Yeah. So, I think that's, maybe, would it be possible to, have a recommendation on all, I think it's 3 big items, maybe, three concepts. If the issue is protecting ridge lines, concept. And then what you just said, if you wanted to do merchant versus utility regulation under Act 250. There's one more. Maybe there's 2. I guess, so the point I brought up was that they've
All
become,
under Act
they've become, yeah, it's essentially become development in the fact that it's cropping up all over the place, and it's still being reviewed under the public utility model. And some of them are not public utility projects. Most of them are not. So I mean, that could be a recommend, right, that we would distinguish between them.
But the legislature does have its mandate that the state should meet certain goals. And the utilities take that, and the PUC takes that very seriously. And you can't expect the developers, other than from a financial standpoint, to take it as seriously from a power perspective. That is a difference. But I do think you need to think of large wind as something different when you think of siting. Because you're thinking of siting here like siting other development in a wetland or in a sensitive habitat area. We have historically for 60 years or 50 years thought of the ridgelines as sensitive. And then all of a sudden it was determined that renewable wind was good for climate change. I think you need to look at it, and I'm not saying it is or it isn't, but I think there's a very strong argument that in the wrong place on mountaintops, it can exacerbate climate change because of flooding. And
The effects of climate change.
the effects of climate change, and by putting hard surfaces for miles along ridgelines, and they go miles and miles, and you read the decisions, they cut out wetlands, they cut out streams. The sheeting that comes down leads to an exacerbation of flooding, I think, and especially the small towns in southern New England, Vermont. So it's an environmental issue, and it's a climate change issue.
Yeah, thank you. Do you have enough clarity to draft us 2 or 3?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, almost time to get to public comments. Maybe it is time. We just lost another member of the commission. Ridgeline, we did that. And we did exemptions, and you have captured that. We said that we're done with exemptions.
I don't think you are done.
I know we're not. I understand that. That was a joke.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Sorry if you missed my 3:30 in the afternoon humor.
Went right over my head. I was just worried that you were going to say, oh, then we're done.
We're done. We're done with that. But we may be done with what we can do today. And the things that remain under jurisdiction, areas of need, projects in multiple towns, release from jurisdiction, projects in multiple towns, trails. Areas of need clarification. So I guess, Brian, we're sort of assessing what remains under the jurisdiction task group. I think we got through criteria. And I think I'm about to suggest that we do those at the next meeting. And we go to public input. So at the next meeting, we'll do process, and to the extent we haven't done interface with other permitting, we did some with the planning stuff today. That makes sense. Oh, great, thank you. That's always helpful. thing to have a chair for the witness. Well, so we have a couple people who would like to speak on the public comments. Mr. Brayman and Ms. Kaplan. You guys can decide who goes first.
So, thank you all for allowing me the few minutes to speak today. I appreciate it. I understand you're on a tight time frame, and try to make this as quick, maybe not so much painless, but as quick as possible. So, by way of introduction, my name is John Brabant. I am here today representing Vermonters for a Clean Environment as its Regulatory Affairs Director. I've worked as a regulator by way of background at Vermont A&R for 25 years. Prior to that, I worked in my field of expertise. I'm a hydrogeologist for 2 different environmental consulting firms in New York, Boston, and Vermont. In addition to my work at VCE, I currently serve as the Vice Chair of the Town of Calais Select Board and have been doing so for the last 13 years. Given that time is short, I wanted to kind of impress on you a few points. My criticisms are informed from my direct experience, primarily in my work as an A&R regulator, but also in my experience at Act 250 and the PUC permitting processes. I would request that this commission not increase the level of deference granted to A&R permits in the Act 250 forum in terms of meeting the presumptions of compliance. Rather, the commission would do well to lower the burden on parties to challenge the presumptions provided by A&R permits. Any suggestion that A&R permits should be dispositive or nearly dispositive would severely undermine the value Act 250 provides and the checks on executive power that it warrants. Act 250 review of A&R permits is not duplicative, as some in the development community have stated. I heard it on the radio, on NPR recently, so VPR recently as well. What Act 250 does is it provides a check on executive power, much like the courts do or effective citizen suits do at the federal level and some other states. Many, if not most, of the A&R permitting programs actually rely on the representations of developers, consultants, and engineers. Essentially, in practice, there is great deference given to applicants' consultants. One program, the program that reviews on-site septic applications, for instance, is actually required by law to defer to the applicant's engineer's representations to a very high level. There is no public process associated with the on-site septic permits, as Billy Coster has already acknowledged. And that's probably a more extreme example, but we'll go on. Regarding public process at A&R, the processes do not provide a true hearing, as we understand it, by independent arbiters. Rather, the staff and management that generated the very permits under review and have a stake in the permitting determinations are the evaluators of the public comments on their draft permits. There's a natural pride in authorship and defense of program tendency. Short of a legal challenge in court, the only real check on A&R decision making in the various permitting programs is in the 250 process, where an Act 250 permit is also required. A&R has a long history of imposing increases in scrutiny of its decisions and in recommending that Act 250 or challenges to A&R permits in Act 250 be minimized. A&R legal staff historically have seen their jobs as defending program decisions over improving the quality of the decisions or comportment of the decisions with its regulations. It is important that Act 250 provide a check on this tendency. Essentially, the greater the level of scrutiny and the more transparent the process, the better the quality of decision making and the less politicization of programmatic decisions will occur. A&R has consistently, since 1990, opposed citizen right of action legislation. This is across all administrations, as it did just last year. Attempts to empower citizens and communities in challenging A&R permits have historically received strong pushback. I would suggest that to the extent possible that any legislation that comes out of this committee or recommendations for legislation include language preventing A&R from procedurally quashing access to identified A&R staff as witnesses in the Act 250 process. I have direct experience and witnessed where A&R has tried to prevent key staff who are involved in the writing of permits or from being put on the stand in the 250 process, instead to put an attorney or a high-level manager in their place. Parties should be able to identify key staff in the decision-making chain to request on the stand under oath in the Act 250 quasi-judicial hearing process. The question is, do you want A&R to be insulated as much as possible from political interference in decision-making processes or not? That is really the question before you. If the answer is yes, then, for instance, I would suggest that the Commission recommend the language requiring it to maintain its regulatory independence from the regulatory community, regulated community. One way would be to disallow the relatively new practice of A&R entering into MOUs or settlement agreements with developers before the Act 250 and PUC processes. These MOUs severely undermine the integrity of not only A&R's regulatory independence and objectivity, but undermine the public process and the citizens' ability to participate on the same level as the developer in A&R. Essentially, MOUs or settlement agreements shift the balance of power in the processes toward the developer, with A&R, or in the case of the PUC, the DPS, arguing the developer's case. This issue would also apply to other executive branch agencies, such as the Agency of Agriculture, Food and Markets, and in its evaluation of prime ag and statewide ag soils. Okay, the next point may sound as semantic to some, but it is important for the Commission to recommend for inclusion in any legislation that the Act 250 and PUC processes be defined as permitting processes to disallow their being characterized as litigation. There's a reason I bring this up. A&R has used its characterization of these permitting processes as litigation to limit access to records by opposing parties and the press, again shifting the balance of power from the citizens in the process toward executive agencies and the developers, which often have entered into settlement agreements, MOUs, prior to or in the midst of the process. Those MOUs are arrived at in secret in the back rooms, and they're impregnable. I would ask that you all consider a clarification to the Act 250 law that makes clear that a current A&R permit is required to be in effect to meet the presumption under the applicable criterion, and that an expired A&R permit that remains operational or continued, as they call it, under the provisions of Title III, Section 814, cannot be substituted. This is another area where there is no public process available at A&R. It is common practice for A&R to allow permitted activities to continue for, in some cases, years under what is termed a Title III extension. There's an example that's current. We're hearing about the Coventry landfill, the Casella landfill up in Coventry. That landfill in part relies on, in addition to a solid waste certification, a pretreatment permit. That permit's been expired for 2 years. And why has A&R allowed it to be expired for 2 years? Because there's this convenient operation under Title III that allows programs to kick back and say, hey, they're not going to propose any changes to the pretreatment process, so that's not a priority. It gets backburnered, thrown in the corner, and project permitting, new project permitting becomes a higher priority. So there are stacks of these things in A&R, and at least that's been my experience up until end of 2012. That should never be allowed to be substituted as a current permit. And why? At the same time as we're hearing A&R has improved the veracity of their process under recent law changes, this practice continues. There's no public process because they just continued the permit from years ago. So that's an important point. I'd ask that you consider disallowing Act 250 permitting of projects where there is an ongoing enforcement action related to the project under review. Under the Uniform Environmental Enforcement Law that passed, I believe, in 1990 or in '89 under Governor Cunin, there was a provision that said if there's an activity that requires a permit that's been instituted without the benefit of that permit, that the secretary, there's an expectation actually that the secretary will issue an emergency order, number one, to shut that activity down, which they never do. The only emergency orders I know about are when I worked there and I got them pushed through. And it was like, it was the heaviest lift you can imagine. Me against 5 attorneys. There's an expectation you will conduct and issue an emergency order because operating without a permit where once required is considered the most egregious offense. And nevertheless, it happens all the time. You've heard about the house that was built up in the swamp, the filled wetland up Lake Carmi. There was a salt shed down in Bennington that was built in a wetland buffer, no permits. I don't want to go into that too much more deeply. Consider disallowing, okay, so I said that about enforcement. I know of only one case since the inception of the law, which I referenced, where, oh no, I didn't mention. There is a provision in the Uniform Environmental Enforcement Act where the Secretary of A&R and the Chair of the Natural Resources Board can issue a stay on the permitting processes where a party is in violation of environmental regulations. Either they're operating without a permit or they're violating the terms of an existing permit, either directly related to the project before them or on an unrelated project. I know of almost no case. I know of only one case where that was invoked. Again, it was a project I was involved in. I don't think they've invoked that provision of law since. You may want to look at that. But in any case, Act 250 permits should not be issued and rewarded to developers who are presently in violation. A&R should be objecting to their permitting until and unless they receive their permits and they are in conformance with existing law. I'd ask that you consider a recommendation that the state allows citizen right of action, as you attempted last year, thank you, or citizen suits, and any recommended legislative changes. Again, it's another check. Please consider either moving the siting of all energy projects, as Mr. Adler suggested, distributor and otherwise, to Act 250, and I said siting part. Or in the alternative, and this is a lesser approach I would argue, remove the Public Utility Commission's ability to override the Act 250 criteria with a public good finding. For those of you who haven't been present in these Public Utility Commission hearings, I find it horrifying. I video so many of these. They walk through every one of these Act 250 criteria and sub-criteria, and the parties back and forth, it seems like litigation. It seems like it's an effective process. And wherever there's a required criteria that's not met, at the very end, in every case I've witnessed, the hearing officer says, yep, they met this one, this one, this one, this one, oh yay, and they didn't meet this one. However, there's an overriding public good. So the Act 250 criteria have really almost no value in the PUC. If they don't meet them, they get their permits anyway, because there's public good override. That is the most detrimental thing. Having one body set their set of precedents on what is appropriate siting on ag soils, on mountaintops, anywhere on the Vermont part of our planet, and then have another body come up with their criteria, and they're really heading in divergent directions in many respects. Makes no sense. I really think you need to coalesce the siting process into one body, however you do it. I would suggest that having 250, have the projects go before 250 for all the siting pieces, and then when that's all done, that's a required component, like an A&R permit, to the PUC process. Then the PUC looks at the grid connection issues, whether the grid can handle it and all that stuff. Enough said. I also wanted to, let's see, I'll go through what I was going to say. Currently, the Act 250 criteria applied in the PUC process allows energy projects essentially an end run around the 250 criteria. The other developments are subject to outside of the PUC process. Merchant energy developments can have the same or worse environmental and agriculture impacts as conventional developments. As Representative Sheldon has rightfully stated, the new distributed energy projects are development. Keep in mind that industrial wind projects are developed not on the edges of core forest blocks, but in the core of core forest blocks, and as we have seen, with devastating effects. VCE would request that you consider eliminating the slate quarry exemption, which has had disastrous consequences. I know you've received commentary on that. And again, there were some people called in on the NPR or VPR program the other day. VCE would recommend that the development of a stakeholder process that works to resolve land use and energy siting conflicts at the front end of the process, ahead of the developers submitting finalized design and engineering plans. This would increase process efficiency, which we keep hearing. We want efficiency, streamlining. This is the way to do it without compromising process. This would increase process efficiency, improve the quality of the process outcomes. It would also reduce cost to the developers and to the involved parties. VCE has developed an outline, my boss Annette actually put it together, of what this process could look like, together with a summary of the benefits it provides to all involved. There is a book. Peter, can you put that book right there, right on the shelf there?
On the shelf, yep.
This is a book that was handed out at a seminar that Annette Smith attended. It's called Resolving Land and Energy Conflicts. It's really a wonderful little treatise on that. It's about front-end loading the process and the scrutiny of projects before there's a full heap of money invested. I know that Ernie Parmelo has raised concerns about that. I agree that they get all the engineering plans and everything mapped out, and then people find quite often legitimate problems with the project. If they had brought them earlier on, into the process earlier on, and had the opportunity to do that and sit down with the developers, they could have sorted that out, and it would have been less cost to all involved. So in closing, VCE will be submitting, I'll be submitting more detailed comments in writing shortly. Thank you all for the opportunity to present you with our concerns and for ideas for improving the Act 250 and A&R permitting processes. And upon request, I am more than happy to provide specific cases in point to back up the issues and concerns I've raised today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephanie?
My name is Stephanie Catherine, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to make some comments in person to you. Again, I'll submit my comments in writing afterwards. I just wanted to just tell you who I am if you don't know my background. With respect to Act 250, I've had a very long and extensive experience with Act 250. I wasn't here when it was enacted, but I did arrive in Vermont a few years after that in 1973. And I attended Vermont Law School. When I was in law school in the early 80s, I first interned with the Vermont Natural Resources Council when Darvin Bradley was the counsel there, and started learning about Act 250. And then my last year of law school, I worked at the Attorney General's office on a special project to improve the enforcement of Act 250, because in those days, there were only criminal penalties. There were no civil penalties for violating Act 250, and it was just really a big problem. So that was my first big exposure to enforcement problems in Act 250. And then I got hired at the Attorney General's office after I graduated, and so I worked in the Environmental Division for 4 years under Denise Johnson, who was later appointed to the Supreme Court. And in that capacity, I represented A&R and the Environmental Board, and I advised them and I represented them in court. And then in 1986, I was hired as General Counsel and Executive Officer to the Environmental Board, and I did that for 8 years. And during that time, I attended board hearings, I drafted their decisions, I advised them, I attended their deliberations. I also administered the program. I helped involve training the district commissions and the coordinators, and I hired Aaron Adler.
No regrets, huh?
Yeah, no regrets at all. Great for the state. Anyway, so then in 1994 I went into private practice. And for the next 20 years, I primarily represented citizen groups, municipal proceedings, and Act 250 district commissions, and the environmental board, and eventually the environmental court, and occasionally the Vermont Supreme Court. And some of my cases involved challenging A&R permits, so I'm familiar with those too. I have followed the commission's work. I've read a bunch of the comments provided by members of the public and the advisors, and I'd like to provide just a few comments on some aspects of process. You know, your focus has naturally been mostly on the substantive issues in climate change, and that's really obviously important. But I want to just give you my perspective on a few just process issues that are actually of great concern to me. And the first one involves citizen participation in Act 250. I don't know that there's been, and I haven't read everything or listened to everything by any means, but I don't know that there's been enough emphasis on the importance of citizen participation in the Act 250 process. I mean, from the beginning, the ability of Vermont citizens to be involved in proceedings has just been instrumental in Act 250's success, to the extent it's been successful in raising issues, providing invaluable information to the commissions, and seeking out the truth. In many cases, the only parties at Act 250 proceedings, either at the commission level or the board level or the court level, are the developer and sometimes state agency representatives. The district commissions don't have their own experts, as you know, to review the expert testimony and reports provided by the applicant or the state, and they don't have the ability to, they don't have staff, they have the intellectual ability, but they don't have the staff to help scrutinize the bases for the permits from other agencies, such as A&R, that are submitted as rebuttable presumptions. So it's often only the citizens who have an interest in a particular project, who show up at the hearings, provide the expert testimony, detailed review of the development, cross-examine the other parties, and the importance of this role can't be overstated. And I just wanted to also mention that, as I'm sure you all know, the neighbors to proposed projects are often accused of being NIMBYs, as though it's a dirty word. And the truth is that it's the NIMBYs who've played such a huge role in protecting Vermont's environment, because they're the people who care. The project's in their backyard. People don't have the time, the interest to get involved in Act 250 proceedings when they're not affected. And in fact, the irony is, unless you're a NIMBY, you won't get party status, because you have to prove that you have an interest affected. And usually that's a neighbor. I really just wanted to point out what an important role the NIMBY neighbors play in Act 250. And I also wanted to mention, just as an aside, that you may not know that many years ago, each regional district commission office had a natural resources advisor, and I think it was a staff of the Agency of Natural Resources. It might have been a forester. So that person would review the applications, advise the commissions on the substantive natural resources issues. So it was just such a valuable role that they just don't have anymore. It's been many, many years since they were eliminated. And in a sense, the citizens of Vermont have taken their place, but in a very arbitrary, sort of haphazard, there may be citizens involved, they may or may not be, they may get party status, they may not, their party status may be limited, it may not, it's certainly not something that's consistent. It's also gotten more and more difficult for citizens, affected citizens, to effectively participate over the years for a variety of reasons. And one of the reasons has to do with the kinds of things that John Brabant was bringing up, and that has to do with the rebuttable presumptions of other state agencies, particularly the Agency of Natural Resources. I listened to the discussion here today about it, and I remember a time when a permit could be rebutted by opponents either by providing sufficient information or by raising questions. They could challenge the information that was provided, and that would be sufficient. And that was eliminated in the statute years ago. At one point, they were able to do that.
Can you say that one more time? They were able to do.
They were able to, like right now, as it was discussed, when the applicant has the burden of production, or when there's a rebuttable presumption, there's a permit issued, or water quality permit, whatever. The opponents now, any other parties, have a very high threshold. They have to provide evidence to show.
You said what they were able to do before. I just wanted to.
They were
you
able
said it
to
succinctly.
rebut a permit by questioning the issuer of the permit if they could show that it wasn't properly issued. If it was, if there was insufficient information to support that permit. I believe the statute now says that can't be done, that they have to actually.
I think it's in the rules.
It is in the rules, it still is.
It cannot be done.
It's actually written up in the report, but the Natural Resources Board Rule 19 sets out what you have to do to rebut a permit. It's not actually in the statute.
Mm-hmm.
And it says that just pointing out flaws isn't enough. You actually have to do more and affirmatively show that that the criterion isn't met. That's my interpretation.
That just having
effectively
shown-
means putting on an expert, I think.
Right, that's what's
That's what I
basically
wrote up in,
required.
yeah.
Yeah, Aaron's right. What's basically required now is that the opponents, the citizens, have to have an expert to try to convince the commission that the agency permit that was issued was improper, or doesn't protect the natural resource it's supposed to. So it's been made much more difficult for neighbors to do that, and it's also more expensive because hiring an expert witness is expensive, in addition to hiring lawyers. So that's just one of the issues there. But I also, John talked a lot about the ins and outs of what goes on at the agency. I just wanted to talk about the lack of public process and what that means. Because Act 250 is quasi-judicial, which means that they have to follow rules of evidence. Interested persons can provide their own witnesses, and very importantly, they can cross-examine the witnesses of the state or of other parties. And cross-examination is a critical aspect of discovering truth in court proceedings and in Act 250, and in any proceedings. The agency doesn't provide that and has never agreed to. That is, the agency says, we'll provide notice to interested persons and they can file comments, and maybe we'll have a hearing and they can provide comments, and then we'll provide our comments in response. I mean, I've been involved in some of these and seen them. But there's no ability to cross-examine witnesses, the witnesses being the people who issued the permit. It's a really flawed process, and I think, over the years, this has come up over and over again. And the fatal flaw in it is A&R's refusal to have quasi-judicial proceedings where there's actual protections, people are under oath, and parties can participate in a meaningful way. So, the other important reason that permits and approvals by A&R and other state agencies should be reviewed in Act 250 and should not have a stronger, a more difficult threshold to meet, like deference or dispositive, or I would suggest and agree with John that maybe it should even be not rebuttable presumption. But, and that has to do with the political influence, which is just so obvious. I mean, these agencies, A&R, they work for the government. That's who they work for. They're not removed in the sense that they do what the governor wants. That's their job. And the fact is that not all permits and approvals from A&R are based on science. Sometimes they're based on a predetermined political outcome. And there are scientists and technical staff at A&R who will tell you that privately, that they objected on the scientific basis because of the impacts of a particular development, and they were made to suppress their concerns about it. But when you have Act 250 looking at it in a quasi-judicial sense, you don't have that kind of you theoretically don't have that kind of political influence. Now, the political influence can come from the appointment of the decision makers of the commissions and the board, but it's a little bit more removed than having scientists or people individually, made it clear to them that they need to change their opinion or issue a permit when they don't feel that it warrants it. I also wanted to talk about another reason that it's become much more difficult for citizens to participate in Act 250 has to do with the environmental court. And the elimination in 2005 of the quasi-judicial nature of the environmental board and the change to the natural resources board with no appellate jurisdiction has made it much more difficult. I mean, court is formal, court is hard, there are court rules. Citizens can represent themselves theoretically, but it's very, very difficult to be effective in doing that without lawyers, without expert witnesses. And also, in court, you're not allowed to represent other people if you're not an attorney, whereas in Act 250, historically, a member of a group could represent the group at the proceeding, but you can't do that in court. So it's become much more formal, much more difficult, and I do have to confess that I supported that move at the time. And I think it was a big mistake. And the reason I supported it was I was representing neighbors in front of the environmental board, and it was become more and more legal in the sense that there were more lawyers involved. And board members, who mostly were lay people, were having more and more difficulty grappling with the legal aspects of the case. And I thought that going to court, you would have, it would just make more sense because it was sort of a legal process. I also thought that a court would be less subject to political winds than any kind of influence from the governor or administration. But then based on my experiences and observations of the court and seeing how much it's changed the process, I see that it's become a real obstacle for non-citizens to be able to effectively participate because any big case is probably going to end up in environmental court. So you can do what you can at the district commission, but once you get to the environmental court, you're really stymied in a lot of ways, unless you're very wealthy. Yeah.
Gore.
So what I would say is, I just wanted to say one more thing about that, and that is that having attended many, many, many deliberations of panels at the environmental board over the years, it seems to me that my conclusion really is that having a group of people, 5, 7, 9, however many, being able to discuss land use issues is so much more appropriate than having one judge. And I just hope that this commission can consider this or really pay some attention to that. That having, I know other people have suggested, I know VNRC has, that it really makes sense to go back to some kind of administrative panel, and that I do think that the kinds of problems that occurred back then that could be dealt with creatively, they could be addressed. My final comment is quick, and it has to do with grandfathering. I know that you've dealt with this. The particularly gravel pits, quarries, it's just crazy to have people having to establish what was going on 50 years ago in terms of what was the operation of a gravel pit 50 years ago. And it's a huge burden on everybody involved for that to have to be established. And it just, to me, to a lot of people, it just makes no sense to have this grandfathering continue. I mean, whatever was going on 50 years ago is so irrelevant to what's happening today. And unfortunately, what happens is, if the developer, whoever it is, the owner of this operation prevails, it means that there's no environmental review, regardless of the environmental impacts, regardless of the impacts on the neighbors and other people. So anyway, that's just sort of my final little, with my little procedural things here, to kind of urge you to really consider just eliminating this kind of grandfathering. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in.
Can I ask one question?
Sure.
Are you saying eliminate all grandfathering or for gravel pits?
Well, I know that the gravel pits and quarries, I think it's critical.
Okay.
For the other things, I haven't even thought a lot about
So
them.
you're focused on gravel pits?
Definitely focus on gravel pits and quarries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very
That
much.
was great.
Good perspective.
Yeah, and the segue on the process, which is where we will pick up next time we finish that up, and then we'll get into the reviewing of the report. And hopefully we'll have all of the commission with us.
I have a memorial service.
Except Brian.
Yeah, which you already know about. I told you last night on the phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were listening.
So we'll have fun. We'll make all the decisions, and Brian's in there.
I may be able to do part of it, but
Yeah.
on the West Coast.
All right, same time, a week later, same place, we're trying to get this room. Oh, we got this room, thank you. Stay safe.
Right.